days where I feel like more in tune with myself and more like down to earth, I have the calm energy to just play, I guess, like thoughtful. And then I also don't do like stupid stuff in League and like can play like very strategic. And I don't get like so frustrated and stuff like this. But then there's some moments where I feel like really, like when I feel overwhelmed, I think in a weird sense, I then prefer stressful games. Um, which I don't really get why, because that doesn't really make sense, does it? But I don't know, like I might be autistic and maybe it has something to do with this that I'm like, I'm overwhelmed, but I can't really pinpoint the feeling. So I felt, yeah, no, yeah, actually, in that regard, it makes sense because I can't really pinpoint the feeling, but I feel sort of like jitty and like there's like ants in my arms and stuff like this, like really like I don't really want to say shaky, but maybe like a little bit shaky to an extent as well. Like just sort of like electrified or something. And it's usually when I feel like overwhelmed, like because it's more of like a symptom of stress, right? And then I play Valorant because or like more like stressful games because I don't like if you would then play like a boring game, you would like really notice how it doesn't like match up with your energy sort of. And it would probably calm you down, but since I'm not really aware of these feelings in that moment, I just notice how it's not matching my energy. So I think in those moments I play more stressful games because it's more so like matching my energy. Like it's matching this like need to like move and kind of like this, yeah, more stressful attitude, I guess. I personally like a good mix. Sometimes I just need my cozy building games like the simulators or Stardew, but also don't have a problem with faster paced games. What I really can't do is watch a TV series or hear music when I play competitive games like Valorant. I don't know how people do that. I I um I personally notice how this with listening to music and like watching two series, like my vision of it has changed since I think that I might be actually like since I see it from like an autistic perspective. Because if I am autistic, which I don't know yet, but I'm being diagnosed, um, I notice that when I'm alone, I basically don't listen to music at all. And I don't talk much. Like I don't really talk to myself or anything. Which some people do if they're alone, right? To sort of like bridge the silence because they can't help the silence. But I really noticed how I actually enjoy the silence because there's so much going on the entire time. Like even silence isn't silent. Like there's cars outside, there's people you hear outside who talk to each other, maybe like kids screaming from the playground. Um then there's like people above us in the apartment, below us, next to us who do something. Like some person is maybe like working on the apartment and even drilling and stuff like this. Um then there's birds and like all of these like animals outside, like cats, dogs. And so there's like a lot of noise basically the entire time. And it's like honestly borderline overwhelming the entire time. And I remember that like back then I was listening to more music on my own as well because I thought It's like I honestly like I sort of felt weird for liking silence and just doing everything in silence. Like I feel like, oh, like maybe that's why I'm depressed, like I don't know, like maybe this is bad actually. Like let me like because I noticed that I'm not like really I'm very like indifferent, I'm very content in these moments, but I thought that like indifference is more bad than good. Um So I feel like, okay, no, I need to like sort of be happy. So I put on music and like try to like really go with the music and stuff like this, which was honestly like sort of exhausting. Um, but yeah, I just started to not listen to music and be fine with it because I noticed like, well, maybe I'm just like really overwhelmed and like not having music on is actually better for me in that moment. Because I even hear my steps, like I hear my like clothes moving when I move. I hear like the washing machine, the dryer, the fridge. I hear like when I use like cutlery and stuff, like all of this clinking, clanking sound and like all of this, right? So there's like a lot of stimulation the entire time. And when I don't do anything with other people, I just don't listen to music anymore. And I don't regret it at all. And I actually notice how I don't feel bad in these moments. I just feel like more calm. And yeah, I like very easily feel overwhelmed, I think, which absolutely makes sense from the standpoint of me might be being autistic because I'm very sensitive to sound, I'm very sensitive to image or light, I'm sensitive to emotions. I'm a very sensitive person to like basically anything. Um So I think like most of my life I've actually just lived in this like overwhelmed state. So now I'm sort of finding out what me not being overwhelmed is like. Like who I am if I'm not overwhelmed. Yeah. Music is one of the best ways to influence your mood and give you energy. Yeah, sort of. Um But I think it's almost like I don't know how it is for normal people, but to me, it's almost like it overrides the energy I would naturally have, which I feel like actually is not always good. Like it's easy, like it's very easy to cope with music, which is good in some ways, right? But if you don't fix your issues because you always cope with music, it's bad. Um it's good in moments when you like really do need energy and I don't know, because you just have to finish something on that day. But it's bad if you like then overdo it, right? Like it's still gonna make you like if you were exhausted before, like then you're gonna be like really exhausted. Which like you can do to some extent, but at some point it's gonna be bad. So it's I don't know, also it's making you like not or like to me at least, it's making me not listen to my own thoughts as much anymore. Like, I feel like if it's like quiet outside and like if it's not, it's never quiet outside, but like if I don't listen to music, it's like sounds which are more like, they are less, they give less input as to like thoughts because they're so like normal, I'd say. Versus, yeah, like music always has some type of message or mood or whatever, like it's reminding you of things or like putting you in a like a specific place to think about specific things, whatever. Um and I mean that's also because I'm like also sensitive to like the message in music, right? So I feel like to me sometimes it's like easier to like or like it's better in like a mental health aspect to not listen to music, because then I'm actually in tune with the feelings I feel, um, without overwriting these feelings by music. So yeah, I don't know how that is for normal people, but I don't know. And high security system test. Welcome to the stream. Isn't it like that we live in a very noisy moment in the world, especially when you live in a city? There's no moment of silence here. So we are used to it. And as we know, people don't like change. So the silence that occurs very rarely is a certain change to which the body reacts with aversion. They need to drown it out through music, for example. Yeah, I think definitely for some people that's definitely the case. Um I well, like back then, right? Like that's sort of like what I noticed like to now, because like back then I always lived in this like more overwhelmed state. And I definitely also had this aversion to silence and quiet. Um and also to like sort of like nothing happening, and I don't want to say like boredom, but like sort of boredom, just like a lack of stimulation, like understimulation. Like I really didn't like understimulation. Um because it made me tired. It made me like in touch with my body. And my body was tired because it was overwhelmed the entire time. So I didn't like to feel that way. So that's how I canceled it out. So I don't think this has to be the case for everybody, right? Like I don't think anybody who's like listening to music is like actually like drowning their own inner world and should like try not listening to music. But to me, I really noticed that there's like a big, like a sort of unexplainable big aversion to silence. Like I almost was scared of silence. Like it was like really uncomfortable for like no apparent reason. And now I do understand why. Because it sort of showed me what I was ignoring the entire time, right? And now that I actually like started going to therapy and all of this stuff and like unpacked like a lot of bullshit, it's like I try to sort of like dive deeper into specific feelings and like why I feel them and try to get like sort of to the bottom of it. And with this one specifically, I just, yeah, like then I started noticing like actually I don't like stressful games, for example, because like just like that, but I like them because they don't make me calm. Like they don't underwhelm. Like they don't make me not feel overwhelmed anymore. And now I actually like when I play stressful games, I sort of like notice how stressed I am actually and how they overwhelm me. And for example, like how music overwhelms me and how any anything already, like any sound in the world already, and like the normal sounds you hear are already kind of overwhelming. And I don't know, I think it's like really, like it's really hard to explain it. I don't want to give a wrong image, but it's, to me it really changed how I view this. Once I started to sort of like don't try to avoid the feeling, but try to find out why I feel that and be like more curious about it in a way, I guess. Um, which I did through therapy or like with therapist. Um, but yeah, it's really interesting how it like how my perspective like absolutely changed about this. Um, yeah, and I think that's sort of like, I don't know. I think it's really funny how you can be so sure of something and then later on you just realized you were talking so much bullshit. Like, what's going on? Oh, the vacuum cleaner. Honestly, same. I need to focus on the game for that. I mean, if I play just another slasher or cozy game, I don't have a problem watching a TV series next to it because I don't need the focus. I just exist. Yeah, well, that makes so much sense for you, right? But like my interpretation was just entirely different. Like, especially like back then, I was listening to so much like pumped up music while playing these games. Like, I literally like because of this need to like not be less overwhelmed and sort of like, yeah, I just try to like listen to like especially energetic music. Like my stream playlist before was filled with like so much like high energy music. Like so many hits which are really like opinionated, loud, like have strong lyrics, have strong beats as well, like big bass, like like really strong songs, and then like all of these strong songs behind each other basically. And then also the stressful game to it. So like really just all of it. All of it in one basket, you know? And now it's like I don't know, actually the playlist right now I don't enjoy too much. This one is yeah, now the songs and like everything is more like what I listen to most is more like this more peaceful, calm, happy songs. I don't know. Keine Ahnung. What? The Rolling Ramsey one is in the Tolkien chat now? The one from like I uploaded it also to like 7TV or something, right? Wait, I don't think it's 7TV. Which was it? Better Twitch TV or something? Yeah. Oh my god, that's so cool. Oh my god. I love that. Do you have like a clip of it or something? Or like, is it right now? I want to see that. Right now? Okay, let me. Oh, wait.
gewesen. Da hatten wir Maokai Jungle und dann halt eben, Tristana Toplane
Wait,
oder Twisted Fate
where is
Toplane,
it?
Tristana Midlane, Smolder AD Carry. Wir hatten ja so viele AD Carries. Wir hatten teilweise 4 AD Carries pro Game. So hatten wir letztes Jahr eine Meta, wo
Oh, wait.
Nasus auf
Do I
Support
even
und auf
see
Midlane
it?
gespielt wurde, weil die Idee war sehr simpel. Nasus, er äht und damit shreddet er mit seinem Spiritfire die Rüstung weg. Das ist Buff deiner AD Carry, weil der halt gegen weniger Rüstung spielt. Und Nasus kann Point-Click W drücken und den Attack-Speed des gegnerischen AD Carries wegnehmen. Ja, wir haben Nasus Support gesehen, wir haben Nasus Midlane gesehen, Nasus Toplane gesehen.
Do I see
Ramos haben wir zum
them?
ersten Mal im Jungle gesehen letztes Jahr, weil halt so super viele AD Carries gespielt wurden. Und jeder Rolle war AD Carries OP quasi. Deswegen haben die sich Counterpicks.
I have to scroll a bit. Tell me. Oh. I can't, right? Because I'm like, I only joined now. There they know. No, I don't have them, see? Wait. How do I add those, though? Because usually, like... How do you make that? Like, how do you get the... get 70 and stuff, bro? How does that work again? Browser extension. Okay, let me check. Oh my god, more tools? No apps? Extension manager. Find extensions. Is it 7TV or better Twitch TV? Okay. Okay, can you do it again? I see some of the emotes now, so if you do it now, then I'll know if it's like 7 to me or not. No, okay, it's not 7 to me, wait. Shit. Better Twitch TV. Add extension. I still don't see it though, wait. Allow for Twitch and YouTube, yeah. Probably need to reload. Yeah! Oh my god! Now we see it, guys! Oh my god! Oh! Now I'm using my own emote. The original. Oh, I need to be a follower for 7 more minutes. But that's so cool! Oh my god, I literally made that myself! And it's in like a stream of like 15k viewers. Oh my god. god. That's literally so sick. I wanna put my own emote in there. The OG. Oh my god. Thank you so much for telling me, Namlos. Oh my god. My own emote, bro. It's so sick. Yeah. Oh. Oh, that's from him. I was about to say, like, what am I doing right now? Oh, the okay in all languages. I didn't even knew Tolkien dyed his hair. Or like bleached his hair. It's honestly makes him so much younger. Looks like a different person. That's crazy. But it's good for him. Looks nice. It was a week ago. Since a week it's been used? No way. I'm basically famous. Oh, oh my god, look at it! Look at all the emotes! Oh my god! I'm basically famous. Basically famous. Like, my emote is in Tolkien's chat. Yeah. Call me princess. I'm famous. Oh my god. Oh, the hair was a week ago? Oh, okay, I see. Oh my god, I love that. I think it's hasn't been. What? Still 7 minutes and 8 seconds left? Oh no, okay, now it's 3 minutes into it. I was about to say, like, what? Like, time is not passing. What's going on? Oh no. Oh no, no. My door was just. I'm gonna wait the entire 3 minutes or something and then post my emotes. Yeah. Well, I'm just like, I really like the mod pack and I would really like to play more of it. But yeah, I'm sort of like lonely. So if you start playing it, that would be amazing actually. Because I always lack the motivation to like play alone. I don't know. Or like I don't feel like I really like spending time with people. So it's like whenever I play Minecraft, it's like I choose not to spend time with people, but to play Minecraft. So that's why then I usually just like never end up playing Minecraft. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Silk Song. Oh, I haven't heard of that one. TFT walk. Okay, crazy. No, TFT is definitely like I tried it so many times, but it's nothing for me. I don't know. Damn, bro, 115? Let me check if they use my emotes. They don't yet. They don't yet. Let me actually chill my emotes in this chat. Wait. Where's better Twitch TV? Um No, bro, they don't have it. Oh wait, but that's like 7 Twitch TV. I wanted like better Twitch TV. Why did they like leave? Anyways, then I use this one. I really wanted to use the better Twitch TV ones, but they don't have it, bro. My message is like gone, instantly gone. I don't even know where it is, bro. There it is, there it is. This is slow mode. This is not slow. Every message is like gone instantly. Yeah, my emote. 1 minute and 1 minute and 12 seconds, guys. 1 minute and 12 seconds. And then the people without better Twitch TV can see it as well. Oh. Oh, wait. I was about to say, like, I need to wait for a moment where Ramos pops up.
Nein, kein Backflip, er kann einfach rausrollen. Schön, das heißt von Gumado?
Oh mein Gott!
Gameplay wurde bei noch Ramos gesniped. Alle wollen Ramos töten. Kommt gerade so rausgedriftet gegen den Gameplay Golden. Nice. Ja, guck mal, das ist das geile Matchup bei Andy gegen Jax. Jax kann einfach nichts tun. Er flasht aus sich. Oh, warte. Andy hat einen Stun. Actually.
Oh mein Gott.
Aiming ist auch da. Oh. Aiming mit der Hilfe von der Seite. Andy ist dead. Mein Andy steht 1-3. Faker ist actually useless. Aber ich kann gar nicht. Scheiß mal drauf. Ich kann darauf nicht fokussen. Ich kann nur auf Ramos gucken. Alles, was ich sehe, ist Ramos. Aber Timon spielt nicht mehr sonderlich seriös und auch ein bisschen for fun. Gerade mit den Engages
Oh my God, I love
gegen
that.
Ramos.
That's a 3.5.
That's so cool. That's so cool. I'm so happy. Like, one of my emotes actually made it. Not because of my Ramos play, sadly, but you know, that's fine. That's fine. We sadly don't have like another Ramos emote though. If I would have like so many, that would be so cool. So, what were we doing, by the way? We wanted to play something, though. Actually, we can also talk about some of the like topics I had. We could talk about mentalizing if you guys want to. It's a principle I learned about in therapy. Hi, Sal. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Or should we hop into Minecraft? I'm down for it. For the topic of mentalizing or for gaming? I'm good. Thank you so much for asking. It's I've been gone for like 3.5 weeks at my family's, but it was honestly, it was really it was like a little bit exhausting, but it was so much better than I anticipated it would go. And on one hand, I'm really happy to be back, but on the other hand, I'm also sort of like sad that, yeah, now my sisters are not here anymore and stuff. So, like, I don't know, it's hard to live so far away from your family, I think. Like, especially from my sisters. Because we were all like really, really bad at texting. And I don't know. Aw. I'm honestly, on one hand, like, I'm sad, but I also, I don't know, I'm just so happy that it actually was good to stay with my family. Like, being sad is actually like a good sign. So that's, I sort of like, I try to make it better in my head with that. But why are you sad? Also, like, why are you sad if you're getting your 3D printer today? That's so cool. What type of 3D printer are you getting? Like, is it like a filament one or one of those with, how's it called? Um, with resin. It's a filament one. Ooh, okay, okay. I see. I'm honestly like, I'm not good with jokes. I like, since I'm like now in like autism diagnostics, I only notice now how actually bad I am with jokes. Like there's so many jokes and sarcasm I genuinely get so confused by. And I only get through like context and like people's reactions and like body language if it actually was sarcasm or a joke and stuff. And so many times I just like still like even though I guess could know or whatever, I just answer if it wasn't a joke. Like they really like they just fly by me. I don't know. But so that's why like there's differences between people talking sarcasm and don't like obviously mark it and people who talk in sarcasm but they do mark it. Like if you talk sarcastic and you're like a person who always, for example, uses like the lul v or like kek w, kek w emote or something like this, like after, then like your sarcasm is like really clear, right? or if it's like so over the top that it's like obviously sarcastic, or if it's just like if your character is so like so good lined out in my perspective that it can make like this very good cut between like, okay, this needs to be sarcasm because he would never say that otherwise. But there's so many people who just don't fit in any of those categories, and then I get absolutely messed up in like, is this sarcasm? Is this not sarcasm? I don't know. Hi Layla, how are you doing? So let me actually, I really want to show you the mentalizing concept. So let me look that up. Let me look up the video my therapist showed me too. Okay, this video seems good, but I don't think that was the video I thought. No. Ah, this is the one, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, I'm good. Thank you for asking, Layla. How are you? So, just gonna pause the music here for a second. Let's actually switch the scene for this. My PC is struggling so bad right now. It's like completely frozen. I can't do anything. But not really important things. I think I shouldn't be clicking around and just let my PC cope for a second and get over it. Just waiting for the bus. How's the weather at your place? The reminder. I mean, yes, I can see that maybe I'm too obvious with the sarcasm, or you just know I do a lot, but for people you don't know what is fair to expect. Yeah. Like, even like it's not only people I don't know, but like I don't know, like even with Zach, like a lot of his sarcasm is not like clearly marked. And that's like making it like really difficult. My PC is struggling again. Okay, so now wait, do you actually see that normally? Ah, okay. So my Streamlabs was just frozen and that's why. But we fixed it. So Yeah, but so for example, with like Zeg, it's like a lot of his sarcasm or like jokes are like, I don't know, just, like either really bad or just not really cut to, like Zeg's sarcasm is about things he sometimes does seriously, and then in that situation he just is like, oh, but now it's sarcasm. And then it's like not clearly marked because he really likes this very dry type of sarcasm, like this British humor type of sarcasm, which then basically leaves you to come across something he says with a serious tone, which he also did before, but is now apparently sarcasm. Yeah. So then I normally answer because. And then he's like, what do you mean? That was like sarcasm. It's a joke. And I'm like, you did specifically this like a week ago. How is it a joke? Huh? I don't know. Huh? I don't get it. So, yeah. But to other people, maybe it's more obvious with him. I don't know if it's a me or him issue. So, mentalizing is a concept which is very important for everybody. And to me, like we came across it in a therapy. Oh, this was like a really dry cut, right? Like that's always what I do. Like, just don't bother. But like, conversation was done, new topic starts. So, this came up at a time where I still really struggled with sort of like my reaction to things and my emotions, like on understanding my emotions, understanding my emotional reactions, and yeah. And with this, my therapist was just like, hey, there's this concept called mentalizing. And I think if you would watch this video, this would maybe like profit us in our sessions. So nowadays, I'm actually like, this wasn't too long ago, actually, which is underlining the fact that I might be autistic even more because once I understood the concept, I'm just using it. But mentalizing is basically important for like everybody in any type of conversation or relationship with a person to like, especially if you often feel like you're like in a hostile environment, or if you feel like unhappy in these like conversations or discussions, or just in general in relationships with other people. So I think we're just gonna go into the video, and if you have any questions, just text them and then we can pause, go along with them. But I think this is a really good concept.
Hi, I'm Janice Poplack, Director of Clinical Social Work at the Menninger Clinic. I'm here today with Dr. John Allen to talk about mentalizing. Dr. Allen is a senior psychologist at the Menninger Clinic and professor of psychiatry at the Baylor College of Medicine. Dr. Allen has lectured and written extensively on the subject of mentalizing. Thank you so much for being here.
Happy to be here.
Appreciate it. And I have a lot of questions about mentalizing.
Okay.
Mentalizing actually seems like a new word. What does it mean?
Well, it's interestingly, actually, it's 2 centuries old, the word. But it's a rare word, so lots of people haven't heard of it. No wonder you're asking about it. Basically, mentalizing refers to being aware of what's going on inside yourself and other people. being aware of your thoughts and feelings and the thoughts and feelings that other people have. And it's a little confusing because it sounds like a technical, esoteric thing, mentalizing. But basically, it's something that we all do naturally, except we don't always do it so well. And of course, with psychiatric disorders, they really get in the way of mentalizing. That's why we pay so much attention to it.
Well, it sounds like it might be quite a bit like mindfulness.
Well, it is a lot like mindfulness. The way I think of it is that really you have to start with mindfulness if you're going to mentalize. And mindfulness means you're being attentive to something. So you could be attentive to paying attention to a flower or paying attention to your breath. But when you think of mindfulness, being mindfulness of what's going on in your mind or someone else's mind, then you're in the territory of mentalizing. But it's more than just paying attention to what's going on inside yourself or inside someone else. So for example, if suddenly we're sitting here filming and I bolt out of this chair and run out of the room, what would go on in your mind?
Well, I think first I'd be concerned
Thank
about
you.
what's going on with you, and then I would probably try to figure out what it is, something that's happened.
Right, so that gets to the mentalizing piece. First you're aware of what's going on, and then you're trying to understand it, come up with some kind of explanation or some story about it. So what way you think, the story, what would you create? What would be the story?
Maybe you had gotten ill suddenly or something like that.
Yeah, or panicky or something like that. So that's the mentalizing piece. Let me give you another example. So what if you're sitting there interviewing me, your heart starts racing? What would go on in your mind?
Well, I would wonder why all of a sudden am I nervous? Might be these cameras here.
Yeah, okay. So you'd be mindful in the sense of paying attention to your heart, maybe starting to think, what are you feeling, and then what the reasons for your feeling. So that puts mindfulness and mentalizing together.
Well, how is that different than empathy?
Well, again, it's quite similar. If you think about empathy, refers to being aware of what somebody's feeling and concerned about it, compassionate about it. Or even more broadly, empathy means you kind of put yourself in their shoes, so you have a sense of what's going on in their mind. So what I like to say, if patients are confused about what mentalizing means, I think about empathy, but also include empathy for yourself. And why I like the idea of mindfulness is that it implies that while you're trying to pay attention, be aware, and understand, you have this kind of non-judgmental attitude, curious about what's going on inside yourself and others.
But why would this be important?
Well, a couple of reasons. First, mainly, in order to have relationships go well, we need to mentalize. We need to have some sense of what's going on in the other person and ourselves. And we're really interested in relationships that can provide a sense of security and comfort in the face of distress, since we're working with people who are in major distress. So we think about secure attachment relationships, where you're really connected to the other person. Because in order to have that feeling of connection and security, really you have to have a sense that this other person is attentive to you and has some understanding of what you're distressed about. The other thing about mentalizing is it does include this empathy for yourself. Self-awareness. So in order to be aware, self-aware, we need to mentalize. And if we come back to relationships, you need to be self-aware and be able to mentalize in order to communicate with the other person what is going on with you, what you need, what you're troubled about, so that they can mentalize and understand.
So what gets in the way of mentalizing?
Well, most obviously strong feelings. So for example, if you're afraid, you're not going to be so curious and interested about what's going on in the other person. You're going to really think about protecting yourself. So you kind of get concerned with your own welfare and
Are you still like everybody gets it so far? I feel like maybe talking about it for a second is good to make sure that we also like take everything away from this video. But I think so far it's like it's presenting like a very easy concept, right? Like a concept which seems, yeah, like you also said, like natural to everybody. Right? And we definitely like do this the entire time. I think I do. Up to this point, like the concept of empathy. Yeah. I think the concept of empathy is honestly like a little bit I feel like mentalizing, like empathy is more like to me at least, empathy is more of like a feeling. Um where mentalizing is to me also including that the story you write for the other person is like that you're aware of this story coming from you kind of, and then it's like one possible outcome but might just be like a different one as well. Like to me mentalizing is also taking this concept of this is somebody who could think that but also can think something else, like that it's like your perspective um also into it, where empathy is more of like a thing you just like feel or you sort of don't feel, um but mentalizing is like the thing you then like actively do with the empathy. Yeah, like the usage of empathy. Yeah. And what I had to think about actually when they now brought up like what gets in the way of mentalizing, right? Like strong emotions, fear, anger, shame. And this um gives a very new or like not really new perspective, but a more detailed and I guess professional perspective on the issues we face in our society right now, right? Um, because whether you are like right wing or left wing, like whatever your political stance is at the moment, I think a thing we can all agree on is that the situation right now on the world is like very tense. Like it's very scary for like multiple different people and for multiple different reasons. And it's like there's so much going on. You always hear like bad news. You always like there's always more stress and things happen and they get interpreted in any way possible. And there's also more, yeah, I guess just more anger of like things going wrong and things not changing, and the it gets like more and more extreme at the moment. I feel like the last few years has been sort of like this process of everything getting even worse, sort of. Like this is like feminism before was like a topic where we had protests, we had like informal and educational events and stuff like this, but now it feels like feminism all of a sudden feels like more different because now with, for example, America and stuff like this, we feel more like on edge. Like now it's not just fighting for like a better future, but it's fighting for the rights we once had and now are actually being taken away. So everything, and I think this is probably also the same way people maybe from the right feel that like gets just like this fight we're in or the progress we're trying to make feels like it's more necessary than before. Like it feels more desperate, sort of, and like you're being sort of pushed into a corner. Like there's definitely more fear and anger. Um, and there's also a lot of shame if you don't understand any of these perspectives, then you're like an outcast. Like these different sections of people, like it's getting from this more grayish perspective, it's getting more to like a black and white perspective at the moment. So there's a lot of shame. Like if you're not black and you're on the white side, then you don't get this perspective, and there is a lot of shame, and the other way around the same. So it's like very black and white for like all types of different topic, like democracy versus, or like not democracy, but well, technically, but the Democratic versus the Republican, for example, or like the feminists versus the, yeah, I don't even know how they call themselves, but not feminists, I guess. Um, so there's like a lot of shame as well. And I feel like what this video now is actually underlining is that this whole concept of mentalizing, even though it's so important for normal human relationships and also for like self-awareness, is actually way harder in these times today because of so much fear, anger, and shame. And because we have so many negative news, which really put us in this place to feel a lot of fear, anger, and shame. And that really puts us all into the place of having or like struggling with mentalizing more than before. And I guess we sort of see that also, like there's this uh yeah, how do you call that? There's a lot of controversy about the death of this right-wing advocate. I think he's called Charlie Kirk. And I don't know too much about the incident. I just know that he was basically being gunned down while some event of his, and he had a family and all. But he was like very right-wing, like very racist and whatever, say the left. And the right, of course, are standing behind him, like he's putting himself on the line for us. And there's been a lot of controversy around the reaction to his death, basically. So there's been some left activists who I actually don't know his name, but there's this guy who makes like basically like who has this stream and everything where he talks about where he tries to, I guess, confront and educate right-wing people. And he, in his stream, he cried about the death of Charlie Kirk. And this got actually like a huge backlash because people then didn't trust him sort of anymore and were like, well, but like you never cried for the Palestine and whatever. Like you're apparently like you're not actually left. You're just um like why you so they basically shamed him for this reaction for like a higher reaction to like a right-wing person dying who caused like so much distress in their community specifically and not having the same reaction to for example Palestinians dying. And I don't really want to get into like what is right and what is wrong about this, but more of that there's this very big difference in how the community feels about this. And there's a lot of people actually sort of celebrating this death of this person, which is, well, not really showing empathy. And this is sort of the point where I want to get to that because of these strong emotions like fear, anger, and also shame, there's probably a lot of left people who feel like maybe they need to do that because otherwise they will be shamed. But there's a lot of people who, because of their fear and anger, are put in such a mental state that they don't really have empathy for the other anymore, because it's more of this like survival mechanism of like, I need to survive on my own, so I don't have so you just like naturally you don't feel as much empathy. Like it makes a lot of sense, like bodily, right? Because like if you're in like a fight for life and death, you shouldn't really care about if like the other person you need to kill in to survive has family. Your body actually just wants you to think of yourself. And so we see this on like any on like the whole board, like not only on the right, not only on the left, not only uh in like for example like queer influencers, when like somebody like yeah, I don't know, for example like if Elon Musk would die or something, and not only in people like Elon Musk and stuff like that. And it's a really interesting concept that something as big as mentalizing, which is apparently that important for society, because I mean, they say it's basically like necessary to have like a secure attachment style in any type of relationship. And our relationship with society is also sort of like a relationship. It's a harder to define, right? Because it's not with one person, but like there's definitely these attributes like in a relationship that you make the broad mass into a thing you feel a relationship with. So there's people who, for example, like very pessimistic towards the broad society and think very pessimistic about society. And every person they don't know essentially and turns into this blob of broad society. And all of them define this get treated like this ambiguous person of broad society. And then there's people who are very hopeful towards society or very positive towards society and who have a way, like a really way positive, more positive picture towards strangers then. And I feel like it's really really interesting to see how something like fear, like broad um, fear, can influence like an entire society in this way, and how we get influenced very, yeah, basically like nearly biologically by fear and anger and shame, um, to the point where our logic basically changes, right? Personally, I don't have empathy for the guy because of all the statements he made, but I can empathize with his family who mourn him and understand the critic where they now make a big deal out of it because he was part of a political party, but months before, when a whole family of the other party died, they just shrugged their shoulders and celebrated that. But that is a sad situation in America at the moment. I think no violent death should be celebrated, but that is probably because of view of justice. Well, I think you don't. I feel like empathy is doesn't like I don't expect anybody to um so the point I'm trying to make is that actually by not celebrating him, and also if you're like more or less indifferent to him, um I think that already sort of shows empathy, right? Because he did so much bad. Like that's how I sort of think about it. like, even though he did so much bad and he hurt so many people and influenced society in such a way, um, still sort of like having respect for his death and the causes it has towards his family and stuff like this, is empathy to me. But I don't know if that's just because I might be autistic, because empathy is hard for me. Like, empathy comes for me from a point of logic, more so. And yeah. So that's why I would technically already then say sort of like that's already empathy. Because it's like I don't think empathy means forgetting everything the other person has done, right? Right? Like, empathy doesn't need to be naive, I think. Like, you can have empathy but still, like, I don't know if that makes sense, but for example with my dad, like, I don't have contact to him anymore. But I do have empathy with my dad because I really understand, like, I think I really understand his well, his standpoint, I think, or his history, or himself. Um but this doesn't mean that I stay, sort of. Like, I still have no contact with him, and I think that's actually better for both of us. Um, and while I do know that hurts him as well, I also do know that with me being there, he wasn't really happy, and that it's not really because of me, but because of like a heavy pattern he has. And I don't know. So I think these things can sort of like be there at the same time, you know? Like, I think you can have empathy with somebody and at the same time know that, like, what the person has done, and like the consequences you then choose for yourself, or how you act around this, or how you what you then do, sort of, uh will take both of these into account. And I think that's also sort of part of mentalizing, because it's like, yeah, it's like not only about the other person, but that you do see the other person. So I think it's not the concept that you only see the other person, but that you see everything, sort of. Um and I also think that's really important. Like, I don't think we should, like, if somebody does something like really, really bad, and then something happens to them, I don't think if the best comeback to the situation would be to basically forget everything they have done and just have like full empathy, like if it were like a regular person um experiencing something bad. Because it doesn't really have to do with the empathy in that moment, right? But with the proper response to that person. Um, and that person is still themselves with what they have done. Does that make sense? Like, do you guys understand what I mean? Like, there's like how you act towards someone doesn't need to, like, I don't think it should be entirely based on empathy. Like, because I think only empathy for them is not representing reality. Does that make sense? I think a discussion of empathy is somewhat Mood. Somewhat mood. What does that mean? I don't know that word. When people are getting fired and getting silenced for not mourning for that individual, there's a thing that's being used as a political tool. Very little room for empathy when there's a side that wants to suffocate you. Yeah. I think our discussion of empathy is really hard. I think it's really. I think this incident specifically, and also the reaction to how the influencer now is sort of like being treated after he like cried because that person died, is sort of like it shows a lot about our society. And I don't mean to like blame anyone directly or like judge anyone for their response. Um, but I think what it does show is that we make judgments. Like we're not curious, we make judgments. There's no, like Charlie Kirk died. This person was meeting, like has met him in person before, and then this person talks about this incident and cries because that like starts crying and basically like mourns the death of this person and is saying sort of stuff along the lines like, yeah, he was a bad person, of course, but like this, like nobody deserves this. And then having a reaction like this is like really, I don't know, like there's also like the other reaction from like some right-wing people who then like say stuff like, oh, like he's gonna be like MAGA in a few months, like just wait for it. So there's also not really, so also that judgment then is also not really having empathy for him in that moment. And I do understand why people don't have empathy in that moment, right? Because like there are consequences people live through, especially in America right now, where these individuals specifically have sort of like directly hurt them or like influenced their life and made it worse. And so it's like, I get it that this relieves, that this feels like karma, sort of. But at the same time, it's like sort of like really sad to see that there's so little curiosity and so little like space to talk about stuff, to actually be honest and genuine and talk about stuff and talk it out and listen to the end, sort of. Because I feel like we're very judgmental. And I also feel like that specifically, like being judgmental is sort of like not be mentalizing enough. No. Like mentalizing is taking the other perspective into account, the other feelings, everything, whatever, taking your perspective, feelings into account, and then also being aware of that fact that there's like multiple standpoints. And that's why I think like mentalizing is sort of this like curiosity and awareness to actually get to the bottom of this and be aware that there might be like multiple stories going on and all of them can be true at the same time. Whereas being judgmental to me means that you just sort of make up a story for the other person and you don't really like, there's no option anymore that this story might not be true, but you're so confident of that story that you already judge them based on that story as if that story were true, even though there's like there's no participation of the other person. Like the other person never agreed that that story is true. And in most cases, it isn't true, but it's led by emotions. But you treat it as if it were true, as if it were the reality, the one and only reality, and then you judge the person based on that. Um, and I feel like that's being done by like so many people right now. And that brings us back to basically the point I tried to make about this, that we need more mentalizing right now, and we don't have it because people fear so much and are angry so much. Like, there's so many negative news and all of this, and I think that's why we sort of like really struggle with mentalizing in the past few years, especially. And that's why, yeah, empathy is like getting hard and being judgmental is getting more easy. Mood. Having little or no practical relevance, typically because the subject is too uncertain to allow this. Ah, you say like mood or mood? Mood? Like not mood, but mood. Do you say it like that? It probably is. It probably is. I would likely put it that way. No daughter or spouse should have to see her father, husband being killed. But I cannot in my own consciousness say that maybe the world is a better place without that person. That not just necessarily dead, but fired or taken out of this. Because I don't think the violent act should celebrate. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's like, I don't know, like to me, that's a reasonable response to this. To, at the same time, I don't think empathy needs to mean that you basically take on the responsibility to regulate the other person's emotions. Empathy to me only means that you understand them. So I think the moment you understand how this situation feels for them, it's like you're not gonna go around celebrate his death. But you're also not gonna like join right wing or something like this, you know? You still gonna be for like, for example, better gun laws and stuff like that. Probably especially because of that incident. Because like nobody should, yeah. Because you believe that nobody should see this. And I feel like anyway, like this judgment of how much empathy or how little empathy someone can have is definitely like absolutely pointless, and like there should not, like, why you don't really need to make a judgment. So that's why I don't like, this is not like, I do understand that people want to be sort of like, that it can make people like fear it, that he's actually, yeah, not like left wing, for example. And now they're like supporting him, and then like at the end he turns out to be just like the other ones, sort of. But yeah, you should just like talk about it and be curious why, because I bet there's like an explanation for it. And like once you have the whole story, you can still like make a judgment whether you support him now or not. But there's just like, I don't know. You don't need to write a story for him. Yeah, exactly. And I think that is, for example, already mentalizing. So I think, for example, what I thought when I heard about this controversy is, and I think that's mentalizing, is, for example, that I thought whenever I like also the way I just like talked about it is basically like all of this is basically mentalizing we do right now. It's like for one, we talked about how um this like the people who like make these statements about the influencer are maybe like I literally like I suggested basically like stories, like their internal stories. Like maybe they feel threatened that like another one of their supporters, like they supported now, is turning to the other side and is betraying them. So they feel like they're in a corner, they're unsafe, and that's how they sort of like act with this feeling of like unsafeness. And I don't really, yeah, I don't judge them for feeling so unsafe. Like I get it. If you're that unsafe, like I get it that it's like really hard to see somebody you like idealized as like your left wing um soldier or whatever cry about a right wing person like that and show so much emotion. Especially if you yourself can't really emphasize with that, right? Um, but I also think that for him, for example, for the influencer himself, he's got, I don't remember his name. I can like try to look it up. His name is Dean something. Dean Withers. So for him, for example, what I see and why I think like I won't cry over Charlie Kirk, but it doesn't mean that his feelings are not valid. So for example, what I thought to myself was that, well, he has actually seen him in person. Like he has talked to that guy in person and had like I think like multiple events actually where he like argued against him and had these like huge discussions and stuff like this. And I think that's also like really different, right? Like it's different to like know somebody died you don't know. Like for me, for example, like Charlie Kirk is like this person who said that this stuff, but I'm not really involved in anything he does or anything. Like I'm not really involved enough to feel this sense of connection that I would mourn for him. Versus Dean Withers, maybe because he like knew him in person, and even though they were like politically on like very different sides, and I'm sure that Dean is maybe probably, yeah, I don't know what he's thinking, but like I think that even if you're on like politically different sides, and even if you think you're like a person is like bad, for example, with my dad, like I know that's like a stretch, but my dad did like many different things, and like I definitely hate him for some of those things. But I also see how my dad kind of like he's he's good at heart, but he's like really, really troubled to the point where he's willingly hurting everyone around him. And not in like a harmful way, but in the most hurtful way sometimes he can possibly think of. And so some of these things I absolutely hate him for, and I will never forgive him for them. But if he were to die now and I would be made aware of it, I think maybe I would cry. Like I don't know it, but I think it could be. Even though I don't have contact to him anymore, even though I don't really care about him right now, like he could be dead already. I don't know. And I don't cry because of that. But like once I am made aware of it, I think I would cry. And I I don't think that's like unlogical, right? I don't think that's unreasonable. Like, even though I hate him for some things, to then like cry over a person you knew. Like, how also, like, it sort of also depends on like how sensitive of a person you are, right? For example, there was like a neighbor of my dad's who was like really old and who sometimes gave me like €5 or something. And I didn't have much contact to him. Really, I don't. But when he died and I was on a funeral, I really I couldn't help myself. I was crying so much. And that's not only because of him, right? But that's also because of just being reminded that a life is ending. Being reminded yet that you're mortal and all the people you love are mortal. Being reminded that this is going to happen for you someday. And that this could happen to anyone you know at any given point, basically. Like, there's so much more to someone dying than just them dying. Even though I know this sort of like seems bad, but like, you know what I mean? Like, there's more to being confronted with the fact of death than that person. Like, it's bigger than that person. So I think that there's definitely like more explanations to Dan Rivers, like Dean Withers, with no idea, like crying over Charlie Kirk, than him not actually being left but being right wing. And I think this frustration maybe that some people have that he didn't cry over Palestinians is a fact which they could have talked about but didn't before, and now it comes out, sort of. The frustration then sort of, I guess, got bigger that he now cried over like somebody they don't really um believe believe in, or like believe that uh, that person should be cried about. But it's like still like that person didn't meet the Palestinians. And it's empathy is like a really I feel like empathy has really a lot to do with seeing someone as a person, actually. And I think seeing someone on screen, even though you know that's people, is not giving you the same connection as seeing them in person. And I feel like these fears they have, maybe that he's maybe more right wing than left wing, or that he might move over, or that he's like too easy on them, or whatever. Like, these feelings are also valid, right? Like, you don't need to make a judgment. You can still, like, you can have these feelings and then just sort of like ask, like, hey, why did you cry about Charlie Kirk but not about Palestinians? Like, you can voice this fear in a vulnerable way, and probably he's gonna give you an answer to it, and probably that answer is gonna make sense as well. But yeah, there's no space for curiosity, I think. I think I can somehow bring that argument with my work. There were a lot of patients I knew only 5 years, which in comparison is pretty much nothing to their kids, versus family members, but that will not stop me from grieving a person that I kind of build a relationship with, even if it's work related. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's it's really funny actually how weird empathy is sometimes. Because you can cry about a person in a movie and you just known them for an hour and they're not even real. And then some other people you hear about their lives on like Instagram maybe. and have followed for like ages or whatever, and here they're dead, then you don't cry. And it's like not. I don't think we should make a judgment about ourselves in that moment. I think we can be curious in that moment to find out why, maybe. Because, yeah, there's definitely something behind that. But it doesn't need to be that you're a bad person or that you actually didn't like them or whatever. It can just be a whole lot of context. But it could be that you didn't like them the entire time and you just never like unfollowed them. And that would be also interesting to know, right? But I think that we need to be curious about these feelings instead of instantly judging them. Because feelings can just be started by like so many different things. Like they can come from so many different things and be influenced by so many different things. So I think we shouldn't treat them as like, oh, this easy, direct, logical explanation. Like, oh, you cried for this person, not for that person. You hated them and you didn't hate them. And that's like, we treat them too easily. Like, they're not complex. Like, they're not really complicated to understand. And we should be more curious about this. But yeah. But it's sort of like how I think about this controversy. And I think it's such a important approach to whenever you want to inform yourself about something or whenever you are basically making a judgment or whatever, um to take a second to actually think how much sense that makes, like if there's maybe not a different explanation, to just sort of like put in that extra effort to like mentalize instead of making like a definite judgment instantly. And I feel like a lot of times we're so busy with being in our own reality and projecting our reality on everybody else that we don't even see the possibility that it might just be wrong. And I've had situations where, like, honestly, it seemed so obvious to me what would be true. And then just something absolutely out of context came in and changed the whole situation. Because I felt like, oh, that person, when they walked past me, they did like this disgusted face and like such a dick. Like he's probably, I don't know, whatever, like making all of these assumptions and like making a judgment. But maybe he just like in that second like watched past me and saw like a dog shit on a street or something. Like, you know, like sometimes it's so out of context that you just can't expect it, and you just won't know. And I think that's so beautiful and at the same time confusing. Um but yeah, like so many times it's just not as bad as we think. So let's continue on with the video actually. Everybody ready? So we had that mentalizing has like an overlap with mindfulness. We had this like 4 picture graphic with that mentalizing is basically being aware of like your own mental state and your own feelings and the feelings and thoughts of the other person. And that empathy, for example, is the feelings, understanding the feelings of the other person. And that this is important for relationships and for self-awareness, and that it can be disrupted and sort of like made harder by fear, anger, shame. And that's where we're just going to start into it again.
You're not going to be so curious and interested about what's going on in the other person. You're going to really think about protecting yourself. So you kind of get concerned with your own welfare and shut down mentalizing. Or anger would be another thing. When you're angry, you tend to blame somebody for something rather than trying to understand it. Or shame is another big one. It's very hard to mentalize when you're feeling ashamed. You want to hide and hide from yourself. Interestingly, romantic infatuation is another thing that gets in the way of mentalizing. You may miss red flags, not pay attention to things because you're so infatuated. So the first answer is strong feelings, but the other thing is defensiveness. See, we encourage people to mentalize, but there's a lot often that we don't want to know. We may not want to think about what's going on with us or be aware of some of the needs or feelings or fantasies that we have. And we may not want to know what's going on in the other person's mind if we're, fearful that they're not so keen on us. We'd rather not know. It's a rather scary idea to imagine that we could be aware of what everybody thinks about everything. There's plenty that we don't want to know.
That would be
Thank you. And welcome to the chat, pandas. Have fun lurking. This is actually also so interesting. And I want to emphasize, I know we're already pausing. I'm sorry. But that this feeling of like not wanting to know is actually so true. Like we have this so often. Like we do this way more than we think. Like honestly, like once I was made aware of this, I noticed how I actually act upon this sometimes as well. Like for example, sometimes I don't look in the faces of other people because I don't want to know. Like I fear that I did something wrong and I don't want to know. And shame is also like this, like being ashamed of something, and that's why you don't want to know, and sort of like borderline like gaslighting yourself to like, oh no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I don't want to like you don't want to know, like you're not going to check for more clues if the other, like if you actually did something wrong, if you're so like, if there's so much pressure on you to like not do it wrong. Like for example, if you have like a really bad self-image and you know that your self-image is like crumbling because of everything, and you're gonna be like super judgmental about yourself, and you're gonna like hate yourself if like anything little happens, you probably gonna sort of try to avoid something. And it's not that you're gonna avoid something happening, that's like you're gonna try that too, but because you just can't avoid nothing happening at all times, you're also gonna avoid to know that something happened. And this can actually go to the point of like gaslighting yourself and just trying to like, for example, one of the things you could do to avoid is being on social media the entire time. Like that's also how we avoid feelings. Like coping is like good in some situations, but if you cope too much, you're avoiding feelings. And with those feelings, you're sort of also trying to avoid your truth. And that's like a really, really big one. And that's what therapy offers. Like therapy offers a space which feels safe enough to not avoid those big feelings anymore. Because a lot of people actually feel like really overwhelmed by these big feelings and feel like if they like ever like open that door, they're just gonna be flooded away. They're gonna, I don't know, like they fear it so much they don't even know what happens. And there's usually not even like a very specific thought in their mind about what happens. But they're so scared that they can't handle it, and they feel like they know that they can't handle it, like it will never be over. I will absolutely be overwhelmed by those negative feelings, that they just never open that door and avoid reminders of that door even. Like they really try to gaslight themselves into thinking that, oh no, nothing is wrong, everything is okay. And that's how you sort of then turn to a person who's, for example, addicted. Because addiction is basically only coping the entire time. Coping so much, even though it has negative consequences, but you don't know how to else handle it, that you like rather have these negative consequences of the coping mechanism than actually facing why it's the case. So it's basically like this necessity to avoid something because you don't believe you can handle the consequences and the feelings you have in that moment. It definitely is. That is why I personally know I have trouble, for example, finding friends, because my mind always wonders what a person thinks about me before I even spoke to them. And it can't only be that it was one bad interaction, like your example, I walked past them and then made a face expression, which I instantly point on myself. Yeah. And so this is a big one. And understanding this concept is so, so important, I think, to then be able to be aware what you do in that moment and be aware that you're actually only aware of your own world, of what's going on with you, and you don't even know what's going on with the other person. That it's like that you're aware that this concept of knowing you have is only a concept and not actually reality. And I feel like for me at least, and to be fair, my autistic, that's why. But to me, this is changing everything. Like once I know, like, oh, this is what I think. And like before I always like assume like, yeah, there's a fact. Like I thought logically and very hard about this. It's a fact. And like the more and more I learn about psychology and mental health, and also especially like the better I'm able to do mentalizing, because the more I'm aware of the fact that my reality is only my reality and not their reality, and that fuck everything can happen to make their reality different from my reality. And that also like the reality for every person makes sense. Like no person does something which doesn't make sense. Like their reality always makes sense. Even if they can't tell you, it it will make sense. Like they will have acted upon logic, some logic. And they might not be able to recall that logic because it's like underhanded, somewhere hidden in them. But like there's some logic to it. Like anxiety, and when anxiety comes, trauma, and when trauma peeks through, has a logic. Like there's like certain trigger topics, and these trigger you specifically. Like there's a logic to it. Like there's a logic to your body being scared. There's a logic to your body being just, yeah, being anxious and all of this. So all of these things make sense to them as they do to you. But they can make sense in like so many different ways that you can't possibly grasp on your own what's going on. And that's why you just sort of you need to be like so curious about this and always keep in mind that this is your story only. And actually then sort of do like experiments and specifically checking yourself if that's true. Like if you get to a point where you're too confident of your own reality to be the reality, and you notice it's getting like an issue because you avoid certain things or something because of it, it can actually help to do like a little bit of like exposure therapy, or for example, literally asking strangers what they think about you and stuff like this. Or like having like this really like far acquaintance where you only had like one interaction or something, and but it sort of like went wrong like halfway, and then specifically on that interaction you pick on and you really try to like talk it down to the end. And you ask that person if they are willing to do that with you, like where it went wrong, to just gain new insight. And this is scary, but it works. but it's definitely scary. I did that myself. Scary. But I was pleasantly surprised. Like, this is honestly like the concept why why my vacation now to my family was like so much better than before. Because, well, my mom didn't like change all of a sudden. No. But I gave her the benefit of the doubt in terms of like, okay, this like to me, what she said seemed like so judgmental. Oh my god. But maybe she actually didn't mean it like that. And then I just sort of said like, hey, this is like sort of what I understand when you say this is like this and this and that. And this is actually not helping me because of this and this and that. And then all of a sudden she answered with like, oh no, well, if it's not, that's not really what I meant. I meant it just for me. But if that's not helping you, just don't do it. And it was such a casual way that I was shocked because I felt like you're just, huh? You're just telling me that's not you're just telling me you weren't judgmental the entire time and I could have just like not did it your way. Like, are you, huh? Huh? Like, I lived my life in fear because of nothing. Are you crazy? Like, you're really, like, that's what you're telling me? Oh my god, fuck you. But and also it's like nice to know as well, right? It definitely like there's an emotional reaction to this. Like, it's a progress, okay, guys? Because it's gonna be like honestly like really disappointing how much of this is like just on you and not on the others. Yeah. But it's also helpful, right? Because you can change yourself but not the others, so that's the good part, I guess. So then we take on, we go forth.
True. Well, how can families use mentalizing to support other family members who may be struggling with psychiatric disorders?
Well, if we start with the idea of understanding, that to understand another person requires what we call mentalizing, and actually understanding a family member with a psychiatric disorder is no small task. These can be very confusing. I mean, if you think about like self-destructive behavior, think about, well, why would somebody keep doing something that is so obviously self-damaging? It just doesn't make sense on the face of it. So, I mean, this is why we need the professional understanding of these problems really to help us mentalize. So education actually is extremely important in helping us to mentalize about these problems. And ditto for the patient. I mean, he or she really has to be able to understand himself, herself, you know, what these struggles are about. Patients are often extremely confused about why they feel the way they do, why they're so depressed, why they're so fearful. So that requires mentalizing. But this is a two-way street because, you know, we emphasize that family members need to mentalize, understand the patient. But the patient also really needs to understand the impact of their behavior and problems on their family members so that they can relate to each other. It's a mutual process, mentalizing.
Well, one more question.
I think this is also so important. I feel like I was so confused with like why I'm depressed, why I behave that way, and I felt also like so much shame about it. I felt like, well, I'm in a good country, I have like food, I have water, we're like financially stable, like why do I feel depressed? Like this sucks ass. Like other people have it way worse and I make such a fuss about this basically. And it's like being able to like understand yourself is not easy, I think. Especially if you've gone through like trauma and stuff like this. Because I still don't know if I'm autistic or not. All right, like disclaimer. Because like these are also symptoms only traumatized people have. But they could also be, well, special or like especially bad maybe because I'm autistic, so it could come from like different points, but to me, understanding my own emotions was like really, really hard. And this, for example, can be because of autism, because autistic people don't have that good of like a connection to their body. But it can also be of trauma if you, for example, as a child, had to take care of the other people's emotions and had to be aware of the other people's emotions so well because they were the threat, basically. And you're dependent on them, right? That you didn't have any space anymore to be curious about your own emotions, and your own emotions were sort of like, didn't matter. Like, that's the moment where, with childhood trauma, you then come to that point of basically being like really unaware of your own emotions, unaware of your own needs, and not only being unaware of it, but like really being confused by it. Because later on, as an adult, you all of a sudden should figure that out. And in therapy, especially, they talk about emotions like that would make sense. And then you're sitting there and you can't relate to anything because you're like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, what do you mean, like, feel inside, be zen, like, try to, like, what do you feel? I don't know what I feel. Like, I sit there, I slow down, my feet hurt. I feel that my legs are heavy. I have stomach pain. Like, this is the sort of the concept of emotions I felt. Like, I didn't feel like, oh, I'm sad, I'm exhausted. Well, exhausted is more directly applicable. But these like, oh, I feel disappointed or blah blah blah. No, I felt pain or no pain. Like that was usually never felt no pain. I always felt like some pain, and that was like the emotions I had, and they just didn't make sense for me. Like sometimes I didn't even know why I had these emotions. Because I couldn't get to the bottom of it, and that's also a thing which can be because of trauma or because of autism. But I basically just sometimes you're so cut off from yourself and from such an early age that you really need to build this understanding. And that's when mentalizing can also like help as a general concept, because you might have been able to sort of mentalize towards others but not towards yourself, and have had like very different standards for others as for yourself, because you never saw yourself as like a normal person, because you were just surviving. You were just the vessel which needed to survive, sort of. And there's never been some sort of like grace or option even to have grace towards yourself. But yeah. So that's sort of what I found out, that like this being like actually taking the time, and this was work, like don't get me wrong, this was work. Like I don't want to make it seem like it's easy or something, but like this, to me, this was like actual work. Like I had to actively take the time in that moment to think like, okay, I do like I don't know, like I'm crying now, like why am I crying? Like what is specifically going on? Like what could be going on? And at the beginning it was more of like a logical type of way of like, okay, like what could be happening? What are the options? And then like sort of like which option feels most, usually just most. Usually you feel most towards the option which is right. um but that's sort of like how it started. And there's still situations where I really don't get why, but it doesn't help to just, I don't know, like suppress them or like try to get them over with, or be like, well, I don't know why I'm sad. There's no reason, like I shouldn't be sad. So, anyways, but really to just be curious about them. And to me, the first section of this was a little bit too much, let's say. Like, I was like, oh, like, I'm sad, so something bad must have happened. And that's also not entirely true. Like hormones can be off, and hormones do have a big influence. And not only hormones, but also just like physical exhaustion. Like not having slept well can change a lot. Like for not having eaten well can change a lot. Being like a little bit sick can change a lot. Like about your feelings. Like just how much energy you have can have a great difference in how much something is impacting you. So I personally, I just like, based on my reaction, I sort of like tried to guess, or I sort of evaluated how much this, like how big of a deal this was, like how bad this was. And I only like directly linked it to the thing which happened, and not on also keeping in mind that maybe just today is like really bad because I'm tired. And I think there's also people who put it too much on exterior situations who are like, oh, well, I'm just tired like all the time and that's why you piss me off. And just absolutely avoid with that the other person is like up constantly like sort of like pushing them and like, I don't know, maybe gaslighting them or whatever. And they really try to avoid that by just putting it on like exterior things the entire time. So you can't just blame it on exterior things, but sometimes I just noted it's also like I've gone from like only blaming it on exterior things and like, oh, I'm just tired, I'm just this, I'm just that, whatever. I just need to move out, I just need to get a better job, blah blah blah, yada yada, to only blaming it on the direct consequence basically and being like, oh, you offended me, so like, and I had this reaction, so you're that bad of a person and you pushed me like that bad, to now basically taking everything into consideration, being like, okay, like this is a situation where I am pissed on and you did have to say sorry for that, but like on the other hand, I'm also really tired today, and usually this is not pissing me off that much. So I'm on edge because of something. And that needs to be figured out too. So, yeah. That's sort of how that went. How that progress was. But let's go on to the last chapter.
Question, and that would be, what do you think is the most important thing to keep in mind or to know about mentalizing?
I have a couple of thoughts about it. One is we're often asked by patients, okay, they're at Menninger and we're interested in mentalizing, and we have groups where we talk about mentalizing. So they say, okay, well, now I'm trying to mentalize. You got me doing it. How do I get my spouse to do it? Very important question. Well, our answer is mentalize. Now, let me tell you what that's about. We know that the way to encourage somebody else to mentalize is to be mentalizing yourself. We know it from developmental research. Children learn to mentalize by being mentalized. So when someone takes an interest, empathic, mindful, curious interest in what's going on with you, that helps you mentalize. So if you're in the middle of an argument, very difficult to mentalize in that state. But if somebody can get into what we call the mentalizing stance, hey, what's going on with us? How did we wind up here? Or, you know, when I said this, what were you thinking? It kind of shifts the conversation into a more reflective conversation where it's possible to sort out what's happening. So you're promoting mentalizing. So I would say the most important thing is this idea of a mentalizing stance where you're in a relationship, you're curious, open-minded, non-judgmental, just interested in what's going on inside you and the other person. If we could all do that more consistently, this would be an easier world to live in. But again, the reason we're so occupied with this is that psychiatric disorders, depression, anxiety, substance abuse get in the way of it. And then we need to really pay more attention to it and even have a word for it.
Well, thank you so much. This has been a wonderful discussion, and we appreciate it very much, Dr.
Okay. So now we know what to do. We just all need to mentalize our way out of this crisis. I sort of like and hate how soft both of them speak. It's a weird feeling. Mm. But yeah, that's probably also, I guess, what then, like the situation with my mom I explained before is like a perfect example of this last spot that like mentalizing comes with mentalizing. And I personally definitely also know the other way around, right? Like when you don't mentalize, you really put the other person in a spot where they don't mentalize themselves. Like if you approach them like really sort of like judgmental or with already sort of like this feeling of knowing, or this attitude of knowing, then the other person is gonna like hold back and have like a more uh, yeah, be probably less vulnerable and be more within themselves as well. So, but I think it's a really interesting topic now. Sorry. It is strange. The subject is so interesting, but something about the tone in their voice makes me kind of tired. I absolutely get that. Yeah. They speak so soft somehow. It's like really like it's like a lullaby. Like especially the like he's speaking like really soft for a man as well, but especially she is really like reminding me of this like bedtime story podcast thing, you know? You have to concentrate to not do anything else because you want to know about the subject, not to say they did it bad, but it was so straightforward. It's like I think it's like really like it's a really short video, right? Like it's 11 minutes. Um and they have like a lot of example like it's at the same time like it's fast paced and at the same time slow. Um like within like basically like 30 seconds or something, they explain the connection from like mentalizing to mindfulness, and then with this like the territory of mentalizing and empathy and stuff like this. And then like what gets in the way was like a segment of literally like a minute and 20 seconds. And there's like they speak slow, but at the same time like every sentence has on one side like a lot of meaning, on the other side like really basic words as well. Like it really seems like a sort of like really slow, chilled approach to this. And like yeah, like you don't really need to listen the entire time because like, you know, they speak so slow anyway. But I really like to like pause in this video like a couple times, especially the first time I've seen it too. Because like after I've seen it the first time, I was like, okay, so mentalizing is basically what we do every day, okay, and but like I didn't get like the bigger implication of this. And I think it's maybe because they talk so casually about it. Like they don't Like they speak so softly about it that it doesn't seem to you like it holds too much meaning, even though it does. And that's maybe sort of like the confusion with this, that like the body language and like how they talk is giving you like different, just different signals to what they actually say, and like how much this actually holds meaning what they say. So it's so completely neutral spoken, really like a science edition. I don't know. I think that's maybe honestly like they're probably both therapists, right? Like I feel like this is like a therapist sort of thing as well, like speaking so neutrally to just because therapists usually want to give you less of their mind, right? And want to get you yourself to think and just sort of like support you, like a helping inner voice or something. So I feel like that's why they always speak so neutral, but at the same time softly. Like, because they can't seem judgmental, but they also can't seem leading, sort of. I mean, I can only try to put in contrast. My physics teacher was really into physics. He was like an excited kid when he explained something, so it automatically grabbed your attention when he spoke. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not them. But what I do love is like how at the end he said like if we were to do that, like if like everybody were to do that, and then he chuckled, like then this world would be like a way easier place to live at. And he chuckled so softly, but you just know that for him this was like this like wait. You know what I mean? But the chuckle was just like like he wasn't, there was no like visible frustration, but depending on like his so far emotional stance, this was like a very huge emotional response. But yeah, they just seem like so content. I also like, that's also nice, right? But to learn something, it's definitely a bit harder, especially if they talk so soft. So, mm, but yeah, but that was mentalizing. And I'm gonna quickly uh, put my tea away and the milk. Yeah, I think maybe. Actually, I just thought about this, but maybe they have the same struggle I have. Because I recently I wanted to like explore making like more sort of like mental health content on TikTok as well. And I just noticed how, because it's like a very short form content, I just thought like, okay, I'm just gonna start with the basics, sort of. And then I noticed how absolutely like dry I talk about things where I like, first of all, when I only talk about it myself, And second of all, if it's not new to me. Like when I think like, oh, this is like a basic thing, like everybody knows that, you know? Like to me, like even though I know not everybody knows that, and even though I know like this is very much like still like a um like a topic which is controversial, um to me it's like so old that I just feel bored by it. And I think maybe that's sort of like the same for them because you don't like they talk to each other, right? Like both of them probably know the term mentalizing like really well. So now they need to explain it in like a really easy to understand language. But to someone who knows it like way better. Like they can't be talk about the stuff which is actually interesting, but they need to talk about something they did in like 5th grade, basically. And I think that maybe explains sort of this like attitude where they question, like she has the questions, he answers, but they just have these like, yeah, textbook answers. Because it's like, like I can't read from your face if you understand or don't understand. Because essentially you know all of this anyway. So it's like usually when you talk to a person, for example, even when I talk to you guys in chat, it's like because you talk to me, it's like way easier for me to talk about a subject and also like make it entertaining and interesting. Because it's like you give me like impulses to go off, and then I know how to structure my topic basically. But if I don't have any impulse to go off, and I personally won't explain it to myself because I know already, it's like I don't really, I can't, I don't know in that, like I can't imagine a person who doesn't know about it anymore because it has been too long gone. Like if it's a thing I like newly got to know, absolutely makes sense. I can do it. Like that's also the way like I did my podcast, right? Like all of those were topics I like sort of recently thought about again and had like a new impulse, and then I can go off of that impulse and make the podcast. But if there hasn't been an impulse other than like, okay, there's like some people who like still don't get it, but the impulse is like still like very ambiguous sort of, and you don't have like a very specific question to that or anything. I think bringing up such like an old thing where you think like, well, anybody knows this, right? And then like some people don't know, but you don't know why they don't know and you don't know how they misunderstand. It's like, okay, but like I don't know really how to explain it to you, but like just get it. Like, huh? You know what I mean? Like I think this is sort of like how they in that talk maybe felt. Like it's like they both know and they have known for like years and they don't have like a really new impulse to go off. So they just sort of like go over the necessities to know. Like if they were to make like a PowerPoint presentation or define the word, but they don't really go into it with like a structure which has like which is sorted through like how valuable this is, like how important is this to you and how important is that to you, from your point of view, because yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Specifically that. It's just there's no new impulse. And you just do it how you always do it. So, yeah, be back in a second. And then let's game, maybe? We can also talk about other stuff if you want to. So if anybody wants to talk about something specific, just let me know. I'm headed to the kitchen and then I'm back. So I'm back. Sorry, I was gone for a second. I just remembered in the kitchen how hungry I actually am. And put some food from yesterday in the microwave. So, screen went off for a second. Probably gonna jump off for like 30 minutes in a few. I can finally go grocery shopping since they picked their kids up from school. Oh no, you mean like actually grocery shopping is like a hassle. when all the people drive around picking their kids up? Or how do you mean? Or do they all go grocery shopping after they pick their kids up? For me, I never noticed this phenomenon. So I'm really sort of like, this happens? Mhm. Oh, but then you can start the Throne and Liberty download, by the way. What? 2 hours before school? Oh my god. Okay. So, like, are you living next to the school or is the grocery shop next to the school then? I think my food is done. Hi, Fluffy. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you again. Or, well, not see you. Yeah, I don't know. They sent there on the parking lot to make small talk or something. Live right next to the parking lot in front of the school. I need like 7 minutes by car to get to the supermarket. Ah, okay, I see. Well, that just happens, I guess. No, okay. I just thought for a second I have delay on my camera, but I don't think so. I think it's honestly sort of like nice for people to make friends now, like to get to know the other moms and stuff, and just sort of like talk about the teachers and stuff, because it's like, even as the like parent of your kid in a class, you have like a very specific situation there, and it's always nice to know people and be able to like exchange yourself over like a specific situation like that, right? For example, like a specific teacher is like really stupid or something and is always making your kids do like lots of homework over the weekend or whatever, or the holidays, and your kid always complains about him, and you want to know like if it's only the kid or if it's the teacher actually. And then with the other parents, you can actually talk about it. TNL download is like 65% done. Nice. Okay. But yeah. So now that we mentalize, we actually do get why they stand there so long and enjoy their social contact. But it's like really interesting to me that people actually like that so many people actually pick up their kids from school. Like for us, that just like sort of didn't really happen. Like we took like most of the kids took the bus. Like really most of them, like anybody who could. Like there were some parents who were like working close by and could take off at that time or whatever, and then they picked their kids up. But like usually we all took the bus. Well, what? No way. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like in that case they need to mentalize. Hmm. It's already half cold. Do I walk over and like put it in again, or do I just eat it like this? I think I'm hungry enough. I just eat it like that. I don't want to wait. Hmm. For us, actually, in the elementary school, it was like really, um, really nice that they had this like parent evening before the school started. And at that evening, like some parents actually made um like a plan that on the first day, like one of the parents is going with like basically all the, like they're forming a group of like the kids who live close by, and then like one parent is walking with those kids, uh, like to the school, and then on the next days they like know the way and like can go on their own in this group, and that's from that point on, like we always did it that way. Like we didn't like walk past like the door specifically and then rang for them to come out or anything. We always had like these meeting points where like our way like matched up, but that's how we like then sort of like always went to school, and that was like sort of nice. Like we were never alone basically, like on the way or from the way back from school. But I don't know if like these groups, like, I don't know if that's normal that these groups form or not. Like, for us, it was just, it happened, but I don't know if it was like an individual thing or if that's like a very common thing. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think like that mom, like, they can still pick the kid up just without car. I mean, 8 houses, that does make sense. Hmm. Well, who knows? Like, we could mentalize in this case. And maybe because we don't know their story, right? Like, it could still be the case that, for example, the dad works somewhere else that he can't, and only the mom can. And the mom really wants to because they heard of some incident, whatever. So they really want to pick the kid up. And the mom has some, like, medical thing that she can't really walk, like, a lot or something. Or that she herself is, I don't know, scared to walk around to public places or whatever because she had an incident. Or, I don't know. Yeah. For us, they also had like these posters sometimes, but that was also because we have like a little, like a really tiny parking lot only, and so it's basically like only nearly enough uh for the um for the teachers class. And so that's why they basically said, like, please don't like block this. Like, literally, we have teachers who come late to class because of your, like, stop. When I meet up with someone 20 minutes away, for example. Maybe they're really rich, like president somewhere. I fear that their kid is being kidnapped the entire time. Maybe the dad is a mafia boss, and that's why they fear their kid is being kidnapped all the time, and that's why the mom has to pick the kid up. You never know. You never know. You need to understand the mafia boss's kids, bro. That's why we need to do mentalizing. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's basically like this whole lack of like working together and empathy and mentalizing. I really think it has become worse in the last years. And I really think it's because of this, like, that we literally, like, we have so many bad news and we only focus on bad news as well. That's why I think everybody is scared and angry, and that's why we are being sort of like dragged away from empathy and mentalizing. To me, honestly, it got way better when I focused on what I actually consume as content. And nowadays, I basically like, I don't watch any of the new series or movies because I think all of them are bad. They also like, most of them are like really sexist and stupid and like toxic masculinity. I watched like a lot of the old Disney movies, um or like animes, because like, a lot of animes have really nice messages. Mm, um, I just I really don't spend so much time on social media anymore, and I really try to focus having like a balanced social media with not only bad messages but also like not only good messages. But I also really focused on, for example, following people who are more like authentic, but also doing just like really much with like people in real life instead of only having my picture of society being the social media picture I get. What? But I don't know, my time, we always meet up with a group to walk to school or go by bus. Or with a bike. I can't remember one day where I was going alone to school. I think that changed a lot. Yeah. That's why I said as well, right? Like, there were groups for us. So I don't know if that's like a thing anymore. Like, maybe parents just don't really realize that you need to set that up on your own or something. Or like the parents between them are so divided that they don't trust each other to, like, I don't know. But like, it would be curiosity which leads to a fix. to like talk about it and have space to find a solution. We actually once from so we were walking to school and then we walked back because school was finished. And apparently there was some psychological um building or something in our neighborhood, and someone broke out, and they were one of those like yeah, how do I say that? I don't know, it was a naked guy running around. um and I remember I was at the age where I already drove home by bicycle, and I had a friend who was like right behind me, and we came across this like huge street, and so this guy was running like from that street sort of like to us, like the crossing street. And I sort of like, I didn't even see that guy or like recognize that guy, but the my friend behind me did, or like it was sort of like, it was like a classmate, like a and that person then like sort of like screamed to me like, watch out, there's like blah 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 whatever. And then I looked back, and but I was like sort of like already further away, and I also didn't properly understand him. So I saw like some guy, but it was like too far away to make out any details. And then I saw my friend just like cycling back to school. Like he wasn't, like he would have, like to be fair, he would have needed to go into that street. So he was then just cycling back to school, and I was cycling back to my home. And then when I was home, like, or like the next day or something, I heard that this was actually like a naked guy running around, who broke out of that, like, house of this, like, I don't know, mental health hospital or whatever. Um, but yeah, I don't think anything happened to anybody. But I know that the parents were like really concerned. Um, and yeah, afterwards we just like stuck together a little bit more, again, with like going home. But yeah, like most of us were like, I didn't see shit, like, I don't know. But also like none of us kids actually, like our moms, like of course, like not only our moms, our parents, because it was like a naked guy, they were probably scared that this guy's like predatory and like this could happen, like whatever, right? Versus us kids, like we just heard, yeah, there was like a guy running naked around who's like from a mental hospital. So we just thought this guy was crazy. Like we heard there's people taking advantage of kids. Like we heard of that before, but like I don't know about the other people, but I personally I didn't have a picture of this. Like I didn't know what I'm fearing with that, sort of. So I don't know. We just like stuck a little bit more together for the next couple of weeks or something, and then was fine again. I walked every day alone. On my way was the home of a classmate, and her father asked me to get her and bring her back, and I just did it. Oh, that's nice, yeah. I mean, I must also consider that the school system was also very different where I lived. When I went to like high school, I was already like 13. So I'm well, a boy. So of course it was normal for me to go alone to school. Yeah, honestly, I think it's also like, I don't know. Like sometimes I think sexism really got worse even in schools, from what I hear. And I don't know if that's true or if my school was sort of just uh, like not like that. Um, because but I also I heard of an incident at the kindergarten actually close to us, which was absolutely horrific. Like really, really fucking scary. Um, and that was like really fucked up, like entirely fucked up, and like nothing happened, I think. Um, but to us, like also the boys, like this, I don't know, like they were annoying, but like nobody feared, I don't know, like SA or something, or like at least I didn't. Like not in like elementary school, you know what I mean? Like, um, and like even in like the higher school, like yeah, there was I don't know, it just didn't feel like I try to remember if like in more detail so I can give like a correct answer. But I can't remember anybody in my class objectifying me. And I do know that because Zach told me that in the Lego robotics class I was, that like the boys there were like talking behind my back, really objectifying. Um but at least in my face they were like really normal. Um so I didn't like hear of this. So I sort of like even though I guess it was wrong for some of them, I felt safe. Um that they like safe enough that they like see me like a human, you know what I mean? So, well, I grew up in Berlin, so that is another fact to consider. I think there's also a big difference between schools in big cities and little villages, schools like where I live now. Yeah, definitely, I think so. Like our village was like the city I was living at had like 80K inhabitants or something. But yeah, we usually like never went alone. We always had like friends in school. Like even when we then went to the gymnasium, or like high school, it was like we all took the bus and like so many of the school kids like took the same bus. And then like at the bus central was like there were like even more school kids. And then we all went to the school directly and like at the school station we were also like so many school kids, right? So like that was like really, I don't know. Like you were never alone there, and like yeah. Hmm. Yeah, but I also don't think the media was uh as negative back then. Like, I remember back then I was like listening to radio like a lot because of the music, right? And but my mom, like my parents didn't have a TV. Um, but we definitely, yeah, so we used radio a lot. And I don't think there were so many like negative news in the news. So like I don't know, like I really can't remember that any like mom of my friends, like in elementary school at least, I can't remember that any mom of my friends were like really scared for us and were like, oh my god, like text me if you're in school and text me when you leave school and stuff like this. I can't, like, we didn't even have phones at that time though, so like we also couldn't have, I guess. So like you wouldn't have noticed if they were scared, probably. But yeah, there was like no one driving their kids to elementary school with the car. That just didn't happen. Yeah. I was always the danger trying fighting since I can remember even as a kid I knew how to be safe. Wow. Okay, so that's why you were always walking alone, because everybody was scared of you. Uh, yeah, true. Like the new baby seals and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't feel like the climate, like like society's climate didn't seem so fearful and um and dangerous. I don't know. And like definitely stuff happened, but yeah, you didn't hear about it in the media that much. So you only heard it if you were like sort of involved, like not really involved. Like you also heard it from friends, from their friends, but that needed like needed to have that connection, otherwise you wouldn't hear. Um, and the other thing is that like because of you only heard it then, it always seemed to you like these are like singular, especially bad cases, and that there's no like systemic issue. Yeah. Yeah, for me, I think it was also sort of like 15, 20 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what I do know is because I was reading like my friend's book recently, and there were some kids who actually had in their friend book, like, if I could wish for three things on this world, like that there's no war and stuff. So, like, some of them definitely noticed and had a more negative worldview. Um, but a lot of them, like the most, didn't. Like the most, if like they were asked for like three things, like I mean, it doesn't mean they didn't have that on their mind, right? But for this very question, where that one person said like, "Yeah, no war," I think it was two. Most other kids just had like, "Oh yeah, money, all toys in the world, more wishes." Um, a lot of kids actually had money on there, which is a little bit concerning because why are kids so like we really train our kids from an early age to be obsessed with money apparently. Um, but yeah, there were a lot of money references. Um, and then one person wanted like I think an Xbox or something, or like a PS5. Not a PS5, but like a PlayStation. What was the other one? Multiple actually gave the answer like enough food for everybody. Probably because of this like very classic like grandma's thing of like, oh, you need to eat that. Like, think of the like children in Africa who don't have food. And then just like, hopefully everybody has food, so I don't need to eat my freaking greens. And I hope the Breaking Bad reference would be noticed. What Breaking Bad? I didn't even watch Breaking Bad. I'm sorry. I mean, probably yes, and they had probably family in those countries who were at war on in combat situation. But I think for most of us who were born here, we didn't really hear that much from that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The broccoli. Like no broccoli for food. Um. But yeah, I don't remember. I mean, on the other hand, right, you're a kid. So, like, kids are in general, technically, like, there's multiple sides to this, but kids are very resilient. Like, they do notice, like, they're really, really aware of what's going on. Like, especially, for example, if you have, like, a parent who needs help with some things or you get love in, like, a very specific way. Like, genuinely, like, the book I'm reading, like, The Drama of the Gifted Child, oof, oof. But it's as a kid, you're really adaptable. So you find ways on like sort of how to feel safe, and that makes you really resilient. So I think even if there were the same amount of negative news, we probably would have taken them better than adults, maybe, because as a kid you're so resilient. And you're also like better connected to your body, right? That means you can like work better through these emotions probably as well. So, yeah. Yeah. But I definitely do think that we saw less of those news, and definitely that was like kept away from kids. Um but yeah. True. Kids are also clueless. Like, they maybe hear there's war and like people die and they're like, oh, that's bad. But they at least don't hear that like our government is funding that. So, like, that's probably also like good, sort of, because you still believe in like the system you live in. Like, I think that was definitely like a thing I still believed in as a kid. Like, I really believe like, oh, but like we have like good laws and like police keep you safe, blah blah blah. You know, like you really believe that the system you live in is a just system and is gonna keep you safe. And that if this system is not just, that's only because we would need like more police and stuff like this. Or like better police or whatever, you know, or like that a criminal is just too smart. But it was not the the vision that you can basically just buy everybody and like, yeah. At a certain price tag, um everything is rightful. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's also why you felt safer, right? Because you felt like even if something happens, you're gonna get supported and there's gonna be justice. So, but then when you realize, like, okay, there's actually no justice and you won't get supported and the system might actually make it worse, I guess that's the point where you, like, then really feel unsafe. Because, yeah. It's sort of really sad how much our safety depends on money. And I not only mean safety in terms of like nothing happening, but also like how, like, if you will get over it, like past it or not. Like if you can, like in here, for example, like okay, like the therapist like is paid by my healthcare insurance. But like for example in America, if something happens to you and you can't afford a therapist, you also have like really way worse chances of like getting over it and getting past it in like a good manner. And I think that's honestly really sad. Because it's like your chances of something happening are higher, your chance of getting past it is lower. I don't know. I think if we would get to the point when that we understand that our society is only as safe as the unsafest person, then it would get just, I don't know. We would make a better system, but we sort of don't really care. We just blame the people. Yeah. Money is really. I mean, money itself doesn't even need to be that bad, right? I think honestly, like mass society is like really problematic because I think if you would live in a small town, um, even if there's money, there would still like some money would be bad. Like some money you wouldn't want, If you live in a small town, there's like you like know everybody, everybody knows you. You like have very much impact. Then like some money you would just not want. Some business collaborations would just not want. But in this mass society, it's so dehumanized that any way you get money is a good way because it's all about the money. Yeah. The funny thing is, our health system is also not that good, sadly. Like, for example, in Namibia, healthcare is apparently like free for like everybody who lives in Namibia can just like you don't even need an insurance. You just go into the hospital and you get treated and you get everything free. And well, considering my mom pays for their health insurance, which is like 2 adults and 2 children, 2K a month, and then not everything is included. And we pay less here, but at the same time we don't get like the best medical care. Like the story Shamise actually told about her mom and her daughter getting medical care in Namibia is like it seems amazing. Like they just go to doctor and the doctor is like making all the tests necessary, giving like a conclusive answer and then giving you the treatment you need. Versus here, I just have like chronic headache and they just sort of like shrug their shoulders and I'm like, okay. Happens, I guess. They don't really see themselves in the position to take on the responsibility to fix it. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly also considered, and I might actually do that at some point, to get get like a full body screening basically in like a different country. To just check if like everything is okay and stuff. Because here you really like you can't just get stuff done. Like in Germany at least you can just like go yourself to a doctor or like to an expert and get an opinion. But here you can't really access them on your own. Like you really need your like house doctor, like your personal doctor to write like a how's it called? Like a referral, and then you can go there. And yeah, so that's difficult. I mean, it can work if I compare it with some of the villages I visited in Norway, where it was normal to just share all the vegetables and animal products, or so to speak, trade them. It was amazing to see. We got like 2 cans of milk over, and your neighbor 10 eggs. You just trade, and everyone is happy. I mean, there was even a village where they just put empty milk bottles in front of the house to be filled up when needed, and the next day it was full because local farmers just did it. That's amazing. Oh, that's actually I didn't even know. I'm so glad you told me. That sounds so nice. I need to see that. And yeah, no wonder Norway is like one of the happiest countries. Or like the happiest country or something. Yeah. It's like our world could be so much. Like we have so much science and everything. But I feel like we really don't use it in the best way we could. Like our goals has changed. Like back then our goal was like I don't think so, but I feel like it was more like from more people back then the goal was really to improve and to improve our world, to like fix problems and stuff like this. And now it's getting more and more to just like make money. And that's just sad. And I think it's especially sad because you have people who still have that motivation, right? You go from school, maybe you want to become a doctor or something, or you want to become a researcher to, for example, like cure cancer or something. Like we still have like some issues on this planet which are like technically unfixed, and then like later on, you hear about this, like for example, this like one. There's apparently, I don't know which one anymore. And I don't know which source I had this from, but I remember there's been apparently one medical problem you can treat with a very specific medicine, which has been invented like several years ago already. And in with that medicine, you would technically like only need like a few shots of this medicine till it's basically like cured, or like only like one per year or something like this. Like you could basically like borderline fix it with it. And instead of offering this, they made this medicine so expensive that basically nobody can buy it, or like they don't even have it on the market anymore or something. And just sell their other medicine, because that medicine is like a thing you need to use daily, and so you can make way more cash with that. And that's just sad. I don't know. Like that's honestly like you're in the health business and then you choose that. Damn. Like that's crazy. Like how ooh. Damn. That's really tough. But I honestly sometimes wonder, like with these super rich people, what their inner story actually is. Because they like, I don't know, they a lot of time don't really seem happy, even though they're that rich. Or they sometimes do like really fucked up stuff, even though they are already that rich. And I just really wonder, like, what is going on inside their brains? Like, what's the point of it? Like, everybody has a logic to it, and I don't think all of them are sociopaths. Like, what is the logic behind this? Like, are they scared to lose everything? Are they scared? Is it peer pressure? Is it like what's going on? Because in my mind, if you're like really rich, you could literally buy happiness. Like you could buy therapists, like you could buy everybody the best therapist in your entire family. You could fix your whole generational trauma. You can fix your whole childhood trauma and issues and everything. You could find the absolutely most amazing wife because you could literally like buy a person which is taking on the job of like finding the perfect wife for you, right? And then you can give that wife the perfect life, and then you can like if it ever goes like if is hard or anything, you can get like a professional, like the best relationship therapist as well, right? So like you can buy all of these resources which would essentially make your life the happiest ever. And you could learn everything. You can the entire time basically like choose whether you want to work and how much you want to work, or if you want to, for example, spend time with your kids. Like there's a lot of parents who later on say like, oh, they regret they couldn't spend like all the time with their kids because of work and whatever. And you, as that really, really rich person, you can just choose to not work and spend all your time with your kids and have like the most amazing memories and give them like the most amazing life possible. So like, what's going on in your mind that you pull fucked up shit? Why do you still look unhappy? Why do you still look emotionally dysregulated? Why do you still look traumatized? Why do you still look depressed? Why are you still addicted? Why are you porn addicted? Like, what is going on that you, with all these resources, live such a mediocre life? Like, as that really rich person, like, huh? Like, you could live the best life, but you don't? Like, what's happening there? Like, really, what's going on? What is the logic behind this? Like, how do they come to not spending their money on therapists and stuff like this? Like, how, you know what I mean? Like, how does this happen? Because I don't understand. Like, you could literally fix... You could make your whole neighborhood the happiest neighborhood on the planet. You could be the most loved person on the planet. Buy everybody like a PlayStation 5 for their birthday or whatever. You could have thousands of people write you thank you letters the entire time. Like... I just don't really get it. You know? I don't know. The insulin is produced for like $2 and sold for like $150 or something. It is crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe actually it was that. Because I was thinking about, I think it was diabetes, but I was so unsure that I didn't want to say. But now that you say it's insulin, yeah. Then this is exactly the story I heard. That it's like, it's produced really cheap and it's sold like really, really expensive. And like... It's like, it's all about money. It's not about helping people. It's not about making people happy around you. Which is so sad, right? Because we know statistically that how you get happy is also really like situational. Like the people around you need to be happy, then your chance of being happy are higher as well, right? So like, why? Like, I don't know. Like honestly, like a rich person should give me a job. Call me up. How to fix your life? I'm gonna do it because you clearly don't know how to spend your money. Like, how are you not the happiest person on the planet? How? I don't. I don't get it. I don't get it. How can you be obsessed with trans people? How is that your problem? How is it a problem anyway? Like, how can you so obsessed with finding a problem? Like that's a red flag. Like you're not happy. I don't know. Like, change my mind, but like, just hire a therapist already. Like, tell them like, please make my life the happiest I've ever been. Like, fix me and my entire social circle. You know, and you're gonna get it. But somehow they always end up with therapists who prescribe them more drugs and stuff like this. Like there's something going on, and we need to find out what. Because you, that's just, you can't tell me that you're the most powerful, richest person on the planet, and you lead a mediocre life, like you're like working at McDonald's or something. That's a pity. That's honestly a pity. Like, and honestly, the whole world would profit from you leading your happiest life as well, because you wouldn't be a dick. Like, I honestly, I don't understand it. I would so love to like talk to somebody like Elon Musk or Trump, like, but like really in depth and like basically like study them like a science project. Because how does that work? This is like, I want to be involved in that story. I want to find out why. I want to know why. So I can dodge it. Because like, damn. Like, must it not be like sad to be the like one of the richest, most powerful people on the planet and then not be able to have the perfect life? Like, isn't that sort of the promise of capitalism? Like, capitalism sort of like always advertises itself as like, if you have the most money, you're gonna be the happiest. So isn't that like really, like, doesn't that suck to have played through capitalism, have the most money, or like being one of the people with the most money, and then not leading the happiest life? Like, they promised you something and you didn't get it. And I just don't. And honestly, you don't even have anybody else to blame, right? Because you could buy everything. So, like, I don't know. I think that must be so hard. Like, if I would be in that position, because I already felt bad in my position about my life and being depressed, right? And I'm not that rich or anything. I just felt like, well, I don't have financial troubles, so I should be better off. Like, I should be happy. Like, what's wrong with me that I'm not happy? So how must it feel to be one of the richest people and basically just don't get what capitalism promised you? I don't know, that must be crazy. You lost. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I mean, look at... oh, wait. We had that already. Looked like my chat's updated, but it didn't. Or like, well, it did. And then it looked like the messages were new. I mean, that is how politics work. You always promise that which most people want to hear. And when you're in power, you either shove it for later or you make them forget that you even said that. But that's the point. They are themselves in power. Like, they don't have anybody to blame. Except their parents, I guess. But even then, like, because everybody is so obsessed with money, right? Like, everybody's expecting you lead the happiest life. And if you then don't lead the happiest life, even though you have all that money, I don't know. I think there comes like a lot of shame with that as well, and a lot of judgment. Let's not talk about. I don't know. But I think that must honestly be suffocating. Like, you can, like, if you, for example, your coping also doesn't, it's not working right. Like, I think the only reason why you get so much money is probably because you hoped that with that money, it you could fix your life. You could be finally happy. And you always change the goalpost. You always change the goalpost to more money. Or you need the new job, or you need the boss of the business, or you need to be you need this and that and this, whatever. You need more holidays. You need to not have to work, whatever. Or you want to make an impact there as well, and then you're going to be happy, and then you're going to be happy, and then you're going to be happy. Like, you always change the goalpost. You can't tell me that you get rich if you don't sort of have this behavior of like clinging on to the next thing. And at some point, like, you probably just start to cope. You cope with anything you buy. Like, you start with buying like pretty things, and then you go on to buying pretty people, because at some point material things are just not enough anymore. So now you need to buy humans. You need to buy friends, lovers, relationships. And that all because you on your own can't be happy. And I don't know, like, every time, every day, you sort of like, you start onto this again, gaslighting yourself that you're happy. Like, is that how it goes? Or is it an entirely different story? Because that story would be so sad, because you always know. Like, you always know if you're trying to gaslight yourself. Because it's always, like, really fragile. Exactly. Like, that's also the thing I think. Just get enough money to live well, not worrying about bills and food. Exactly. Like, to. And I think, honestly, it's a blessing. Because if you're happy with that amount of money, you maybe, or you have a higher chance of not attaching your happiness to a goalpost you need to work for and earn more money for and stuff like that. But I don't know. The guy who played Ron in Harry Potter, from the money he made, he bought an ice cream truck and gifted away ice cream in nearby towns where he lived, and allegedly paid for scholarships paid for scholarships when they were kids. People thought he's nuts for that, but he was like, "But that makes me happy." If that's true, that would make so much sense, though. Because honestly, like, okay, so let's play it through. You give me all the money in the world. Okay, not all the money, but you give me like a significant amount of money. I think something like a significant amount must be an amount that when I now talk about it, there's no like, even if I talk about expensive things, there's still like enough left. Like, I don't need to plan the money because it's like so much that I just can talk about anything. Like, that's the amount I will take into consideration right now. So, for example, my mom, like visiting my mom and family was like really nice, but I also really miss them. So maybe I would like talk to them if there's like this possibility that I can buy like a really big house here, like a farm land or whatever, and we all live there together. Like we built houses like next to each other, sort of, and there my mom and my dad lives, and here I live, and there maybe like my cousin lives and stuff like this. I think that would be really cool. And then I would buy like some other houses as well and have my friends live there. Like I think living in close proximity to people you like is like really, really cool. So I think that's what I would do. Like if I have like the basically all the money, I would just make like a community of all the people I like live close together. I think that would be really amazing, no? And then I would also like see my sisters every day. Like that would be cool. Um, and then I would probably just sort of like fix anything I see. So when I, for example, hear about a child which, because he can't pay tuition, can't do this job where I think he would really excel at and where he seems like so passionate about or something, I would pay the tuition, whatever, just do it. If I would hear about like a genius kid and where I think like, damn, like this kid would maybe actually change the world or has the possibility to become a person who's changing the world, I would, the best teachers whatsoever, just get it. Do it. Like fulfill your potential. Like don't be held back by stupid institutions. And like poor people who like struggle and stuff. Just like just give them an apartment, give them a job or like an education to then find a job. Like give them like food and stuff so they don't need to worry about food and shelter and they can just work on building like a future. And then, for example, like, okay, you have a problem with crime. So we need therapy. We need therapy for more people. Like you talk to the criminals, you find out like most of the issues start somehow in childhood. So now you make a curriculum on how to raise your child. Like you set together like a thing of like a business of basically like a lot of different psychologists, and they make like a curriculum about like how to raise your child right, and then you teach that to everybody, and it's for free, and you get like paid off time from your work and stuff like this to go there. And like every parent, when they're like pregnant, visit the doctor, they basically like the baby yoga or whatever you do, you also get this and like go there and talk about this. Then therapy itself, like every school kid gets therapy. Like you go to school and like, I don't know, once a month you see a therapist. And if you ever voice to the therapist that you want more therapy lessons, then you will get more therapy lessons. And if you, I don't know, don't want to live with your parents and your psychologist is like, yeah, well, this is sort of like a toxic environment, whatever. Then you like come to this facility where you, for example, have your own room in like a bigger house where like other kids also have their room. And it's sort of like a student apartment complex thing, but for kids. And there's obviously like therapists there and like people who care and stuff. And while you're there, you then can apply for like to live with different people and stuff. And I don't know, like wars. But wars don't seem reasonable. Just don't have wars. Like they don't make sense. So how do we fix the issue? There's definitely people who need therapy, so more therapists. Then there's people who maybe need to be evacuated. Just like I don't know if there's like you can't change all countries at once, I guess. So you first evacuate them, and then sort of like help with like I think maybe you just you get some smart people to figure that out. Like some people who know about culture and tradition and psychology as well and social this stuff, and you try to talk to the guys and sort of like fix the issue which is at hand and like get to the bottom of the problem. Yeah. I know people in my hometown that probably don't even know how much money or properties they have at one point. It's already nonsense. Yeah. So none of these kids will become a pilot. Therapy as a pilot is a kryptonite. Yeah, that is gonna be changed as well. Like that's so stupid. Like it's so stupid. Like that pilots can't like go to therapy and be like diagnosed with like neurodivergency or depression or whatever. So stupid. Like you need people, like you need to believe in people and let them figure this out. Like every pilot should be like if you're a pilot and you feel like bad that there's like maybe like a depression coming up or whatever, you just take like some holidays. You go to therapy a little bit more intensively. And like once you think like, okay, this is like really fine again, then you come back. It's fine. You get like a retraining, it's fine. And just I don't know, like maybe like people in general just like work a little bit less. Just like everybody just does like 35 hours. And has a day more for their like 32 hours and has a day more for their kids. And stuff like this. Everybody gets more vacation days because what the fuck is this nonsense with like 20 to 30 days or something? It's nothing. Like, I don't know, if we have AI and like all these roboters and like robots and stuff like that, like why don't use it for something good? Like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Crazy how you have to lie about therapy if you want to be a pilot. Absolutely crazy. Like literally, it was like, didn't we talk about this the last stream before I went to my parents? Because I remember that I like in one of the like last streams before I went to my parents, then we had this discussion and that I talked to like told you guys about how absolutely insane that is. And then like the normal thing to do is actually lie on your mental health resume as a pilot. And that it's like it's so normal that people basically like, yeah, standard practice. Yeah. So stupid. And I would make community centers. I would finance community centers where the people who work there get paid to basically form community. Because we underestimate that. Like, trust me, we underestimate that. That's so important. Community is so important, and community is not easy. And nowadays that we work so much, we have social media and stuff like this, we don't value how important community is. And we don't know that it's actually effort. Like it's effort to be vulnerable and reach out to people. It's effort you have to put in to form like a very meaningful relationship and friendship. And I don't mean effort in terms of like you need to suffer and it's suffering and it's work and exhausting, but it's caring. And caring is spending time on others. It's calling on their birthday. It's writing them a message, even if they haven't written back, to just ask if they're okay. It's canceling plans to do something with your friends because you notice, hey, I actually have been rather closed off and my friends haven't seen much of me. And if I want them to be my friends and if I want to be there about them, it's not only about them being there for me and I don't need them right now, but I also need to be there for them. And that's why I will reach out and check if everything is all right with them. And we really underestimate the work it takes to have a really good community. And the work it takes to keep people connected in a world like this. So this is definitely what I would do. I would finance community centers where the people work, they get like a normal job's salary, but their job is for that community they live in to create events people want to go to create mental health events, mental health awareness, to create support systems for the people around, to create maybe, for example, cooking courses or something for teenagers or for single men who have never learned cooking before. Who maybe make like an event about like sexism and feminism and how we can help each other. Who create an event, or for example, language courses for immigrants who newly moved here and need to learn the language in order to like work and all of this stuff. To create a language course right where they live for them specifically, with like little people and a teacher to like really learn efficiently. To create an event that they then, for example, can showcase their culture and their traditions to the people who live there, to create a bonding moment, like a connecting moment, to get away this like alienness and this like not trusting each other, but to create this community, to create a proper community on where like everybody can fall upon on, where everybody can count on and feel safe in. And to create, for example, like an elderly group which is always meeting up each other, where everybody gets like just transported to this community hub as well, so they don't have to walk there or whatever, but they just get there and like can spend time together, because we know elderly people kind of turn isolated, and that's bad. And maybe for kids as well, like to create like many different events. So like nerdy kids find friends and not nerdy kids find friends, and like just everybody finds a friend and like finds people to connect to. And also events where like nerdy people can showcase their hobby and explain their hobby to like unnerdy kids, and unnerdy kids can explain their hobby to nerdy kids and stuff. For example, like a sport event as well, where like sports people can like teach their sport or like showcase their sport to like nerdy people and stuff like this. To like just care for each other and help each other. And I think that would be so, so good for our communities if we had more of these community centers. And if we didn't rely on people using their free time to lead these community centers, but actually pay them to do so. And pay them also the things they need to make a good event. Yeah. Like, I would, for example, have events at this community center regularly. Also, maybe not even at the community center. Honestly, maybe at school, but also at the community center. That's just on, for example, like from elderly people, where they have a presentation on which things I was happy about most. Like, which things do I regret most, and which things are really like the best I ever did with my life. Where we can learn from each other how to lead like a really happy life, how to lead a life where we're resilient, we can achieve anything, we support each other, we find love, we find a family, or like make a family which really sticks together and likes each other instead of like falling apart. And because we don't like, I don't know, I think we don't learn about this. Like, we learn in school like math, German, all of these things, but we don't learn about how we actually lead a happy life. Like, how necessary social contact is, how necessary nature is, how necessary doing something physical is actually for your body. And not only like, oh, go outside, you're the whole day inside, but with like, I know gaming is fun, but your body needs some movement. And you don't need to like what I like, but you just need to find something you like, and then offering like many different options. And I don't know, there's so many things where we know since years that they're really healthy and really like take down the chances of having a heart attack and like all these things like by many percent. And we just don't give a fuck. We don't teach anybody. We don't lead our life according to this. We don't really. Many people don't even know, and like even if we know, it's like really hard to do it in our today's world, because you need to work 40 hours a week, like minimum, basically. So it's like, I feel like I would definitely love to make like a community hub or like institutions like all over the world, where like everybody learns what is actually important to lead a happy life, to get old healthily, or what is actually important, what means something. Like, is having like a really crazy career like the most important thing, or your kids? And maybe if career is really important to you, how to do those things together? Like, what are the most important things for your kids? Then also have like a presentation from kids. Like, what are the events where they really like they can't forget their parents. Like they loved it so much, it will always stay in their brains. And what are the things where they felt like, well, mom and dad could have been working at that time. I didn't mind, actually. You know? Like, maybe there's like so many better ways we could live our life like, but we just don't, because we don't really talk to each other. We don't know. We don't use the knowledge we have. And for example, making information and connecting easy would be also a thing. I would make like a website, like a institution, and market it all over the fucking planet in every language possible, where you can find each other over, and I don't mean relationships, but what I mean is science. Like, where you can find like a different scientist who's working on the same issue, who's maybe further than you, and where you can help each other. Where you can maybe find like a mentor, because you're a small genius kid and you just need like a really smart person actually to fulfill your potential. Where people can work towards issues and, for example, make a group about how to defeat cancer and all of these things. And where people can upload articles without having the need to like get funding and make them like really like fancy and new and whatever, but just have like all these different topics as articles laid out where people can read about it, where people can easily read up on like important topics. And that would be so cool. Like, that would be so, so cool. Like, I notice how hard it is to actually find like really good resources, and how to like and to learn, and how to find people who are like on the same mission as you are. And I think if we would have like sort of like from the fields, like a government website which would offer all this, where you know, like, this website you can actually trust, you know? Like, there's only like really like fact-checked good stuff there, but about every topic, but it's neutral and it shows you anything. It doesn't shove anything under the carpet and whatever. Like, that would be so sick. That would be so, so sick. And hi, Looney, by the way. I'm sorry, I've been so caught up. But welcome, welcome. I know it because I fly in my free time if possible. It's crazy. Wait, are you actually a pilot, Fluffy? No, right? Because you haven't told anything about that. It's crazy to me that today there's much room here around I have. Yeah, I always thought about creating like a community center like that, because growing up middle class, there was a lot of things that I wanted to do but couldn't because of the money barrier. Yeah, I feel you. Not only even money, just also time. Like, my mom just didn't want to drive me to stuff. And in Germany, at like to some things, it's like really hard to get to then. A proper movement. I should do something after the stream. Yeah, I should do something now, actually. Big Pharma is against the cure. We need to get rid of the corrupt system. Maybe we need to do Nepal 2.0. Bro, I am so excited, actually, about what Nepal did. That's really cool. No, you never told anything about that. Bro! Zach is literally obsessed with yeah, planes and pilots and all of that stuff. But that's so cool. But yeah, I think the system as it is right now, I personally believe we can't let the system hold us back. Like, I feel like the system is sadly only as good as we make it. And at the moment, it's shit. And I think that's also partly because we just sort of rely on the system. We just sort of like, yeah, well, like, what can we do? Like, the laws are this and that, you know? But like, we could do something actually. Like, for example, sexism. Like, you could do something. Like, if more people wouldn't accept sexism and actually speak up about it, if more people, like, for example, on the street, if like a man behaves weird, like, would go up and like, hey, is everything alright? Like, what's going on here? Like, leave her alone or something. Like, things like this wouldn't happen so much. Like, if when people would catcall, then others would approach and be like, hey, what are you doing? Like, shut up. Stop objectifying them. Then it would happen less. So our society, like, how just our society is really, really dependent on how much we ourselves value justice and stand in for justice. If we look away, and we're one of many, then society will look away. And we will get accustomed to look away. We will get accustomed that others will look away. We will behave accordingly to the expectation that others won't help and look away. And not only in that manner, but in general, we will in general behave accordingly that others won't keep us safe, others won't help us. We will form a worldview where we're alone, we're isolated, we're dependent on ourselves, our safety is solely dependent on ourselves, and nobody else will help us. So we need to do something. We need to say more. And that, yeah, at the beginning, and in some cases, it will cost us something. But I think if everybody does it, it will cost them more than us. And I think sometimes we also just don't really see that it actually would cost us nothing. But we just expect there to be like a huge societal backlash. Like, oh yeah, he will punch me for sure. Will he? Maybe not. So I think what we actually need to do is be brave. We need to act like the society we want to live in. We need to act with and be committed to the justice we expect in our society. And I think that's gonna change it all, actually. Because apparently there's also, and I'm checking this for a second. I think there's sort of like a rule of thumb that no protest who had 30% of people take part in the peaceful protest ever failed. Oh no, it's only 3.5%. So, there's the Erika Kinoveth studies, and they show that sustained nonviolent movements involving around 3.5% of the population have historically almost always succeeded. So basically, we don't even need more, like, we don't need all the people, to change something. But we do need to actually be there. Like, we need to take time for it. And that's sort of the thing I think is most important about the movements right now, because we have a lot of movements and we have a lot of discussions, but I don't even think that we need to be on board with everything. I don't think we need to have like the one and only perfect solution. But we do need to stand with it with our name. And we do need to actually go on that protest. And we don't need to go on all protests. But since we don't need too many people, actually, we can have some time in our day, or like not our day, in our month, we use for protests. And we always go to the protests which seem most important to us. And I think if everybody would do that, we would actually profit off of all of these positive changes. Like, we wouldn't even need to go to all protests, but if everybody would just go to those protests, like those 2 protests, which are the most important to them, we would potentially have like, more feminism, we would have better democracy and all of that. And I don't know, I think that's just it's sad and good to know. Because change is not that hard apparently. But or like looking at these like 3.5%, it doesn't seem that hard, right? Historically it has been hard though, even though it's only 3.5%. So it's like sort of frustrating in the sense that apparently something is hard for us, which is based on like so little participation. On the other hand, maybe actually every one of us does matter. Like maybe even one person more is the critical point where it then succeeds. Like, we always get, I think, like demotivated because we see like, oh, like there's many people, but like it's like compared to the whole city, it's like nothing. But yeah, we actually don't even need that many people. Like, some people can work on that day. Some people can rather protest for animal safety than feminism, for example. And we still have a chance to win. Like, we still have a chance to actually change something. And I think honestly the protests is one thing, but just acting in the way that this change makes sense, like if we can, for example, by again like speaking up and like just like seeing something weird and being like, hey, is everything all right? Like even only doing that, I think, is changing actually even more than going to a protest. Just, I don't know. just correcting someone that's actually, it could also be a woman who does that job, or that actually women aren't weaker or whatever, can really help. Welcome, howdy, how you doing? I got into flying since my dad brought me along. Oh, that's cool. Nice. For our people, if politicians understood this, we wouldn't need to burn buildings. Well, I'm not sure if they don't understand this. I'm not very much of this like conspiracy person. But our media is influencing the masses. And that's like a no-brainer, right? Like like every media, every content we consume is influencing everybody. And I do think politicians know that media is influencing the public opinion a lot. So it's like, I don't know, like how actively they try to scare everybody or whatever. But I think it sort of is known that scared people are, for example, like easier to drive in a specific direction or whatever. And I don't think they're for the job. But I do think that this like playing with public opinion and being very like black and white about things, and this like more populistic stance we have in politics right now and in the media, as is not entirely out of nowhere and without any intention. I do think that populism is usually like what populism does is usually not fully grasped, but I do think that populism is used as a tool actively. Maybe not back then. Maybe we just sort of like go into this direction, but for example, like this whole thing that like bad news sell more, it's a very direct correlation, right? And there might not be the context available that this is populism and it's shaping fascism, but or that like scaring people the entire time, even though it sells more, is actually like bad for society. But the fact that you do know that it's not pleasant, but you still choose to just make money instead, well, that's sort of giving an indication of our moral high ground in that moment, which is non-existent. Chilling, not doing my uni work. Oh, what are you studying? Now I'm interested. The student of what? Clicked on the mental health check-in. Counseling. Like, counseling is not directly like psychology, right? What is counseling specifically? I know, I wanted psychology, but oh well. Aw. I think it's actually interesting because I didn't even know that counseling existed. I thought like it's only like psychology. And I'm sort of myself considering what to necessarily do next. Because technically I have studied game engineering. And I didn't finish it. But so I was coming from this way different direction. But now I'm sort of like psychology, becoming a therapist. But I live in Utrecht right now, and I think psychology is entirely in Dutch only, and not in English. And the study costs are actually kind of high. So I've been considering to study psychology as like a studying online degree. But I heard that then you actually can't become a therapist. Well, I can speak Dutch to a certain point, but not to the point that I could study a psychology degree and take my exams in the psychology degree Dutch. Sadly, no. I can speak Dutch to the point that I get along in supermarkets and at doctor appointments sometimes. That's why, yeah. I hope your transfer works. Good luck with that. Counseling is for people who want to be like counselors and stuff. Yeah. I think there's a counselor at like actually as the house doctor here in the Netherlands. Like I don't know where you come from, but in the Netherlands there's like multiple different points of yeah, well, if you say you need mental health support, if you just sort of are lost in life a little bit, sort of like meh, you see a counselor first, and that usually actually is available like the next week instantly or the next day even, and that's like at the doctor's office, or at least for us it were. The next step, if you do need more help than that, because you actually do have a little bit of depression maybe or something, or anxiety or something like that, you meet a actual psychologist. And that psychologist has is like a general psychologist for basically like they sort of dabble in everything a little bit. But the general rule of thumb is that you usually only have around like 10 sessions with that person, and you have one session per like 2.5 weeks or something. So you don't see them that long. And sometimes you even only have a session like once every month. And if you need more help than that, because you need actually specific trauma therapy, for example, or personality disorder therapy, like you need to see like a person who specializes in something like this, and need to get to an institution where you probably have like then like a trauma session, you have like a normal psychologist session, you maybe even have like a psychosomatic session as well. Like you need like multiple people basically that you get to the specialist. And there you're gonna usually have like a lot of sessions, like however many you need, but like once every week, and then sometimes like with all the different people once every week or once every 2 weeks or something. And there's like different waiting times between these periods. So like with the normal therapist who dabbles in everything, it was for me around like 2 weeks to a month. And with the specialist, it's like 6 months. So yeah. No, it depends completely on the online universities. Some accredited ones do give you the ability to get licensed. Oh, okay. Thank you for this information. I will look into this. Here, counselors is for like group counseling and helping people who are struggling and stuff. They're like regular therapists and psychologists. They're they're like a bit more advanced and they can like diagnose. And psychologists are a bit more advanced in diagnose and stuff. You know, actually, I think counseling would be enough for me. Like, I just want to help people. I don't really want to prescribe medication. Like, I really like helping people to like figure out who they are or what's wrong with something like this, or like more so teach people about like mental health stuff. But I honestly think like handling like bad cases where you like need to prescribe meds the entire time. Wow. I feel like that's draining work, or might be draining work. And I feel like, especially like group therapy, I sort of like. Or like, I would like to do, I think. Yeah. No, I do know what you mean. I will actually like, I'm glad I came across you. I will definitely look into that if that's a thing in the Netherlands as well. Because like it's like different for every country usually, right? Like which degrees exist and stuff like that. So I will have to look into this. But like maybe the degrees also like maybe I have then like different chances on like finding a degree like this in like English or something. All right, Naradim. See you. By the way, FYI, I'm only gonna be streaming until oh. Oh, I thought I have D&D session today evening, starting at 6. I was already happy about it. I was really excited to see Anton and Sil again. But now they're on holidays, apparently. And they don't come today. Sorry, I just texted them like where they are. Because I need to know. Obviously. Hi Pyro, how you doing? Oh, what happened? Ooh, okay. I'll take that. Wait. Give me a second. Oh, okay, so you're British. Just outed yourself for a quick second. If you can't find it on campus, try finding an online accredited one. You can check the accreditation. Accredit. No way, bro. Accreditation. Wait. Accreditation. Wait. I'm confused. You can check the British Psychological Society, for example. Do they have it for like any land? Hi, Pyro. Hey, you doing good? Nice. What about me? I'm doing good as well. Yeah. Like, vacation with my family was really nice. Like, I've been there 3.5 weeks and I thought like it's gonna be carnage. But I could use so much I learned in therapy, and it was honestly, it was a really pleasant holiday. I'm a little bit sad that I'm not with my sisters now anymore. But I'm also really happy how it went. Yeah. Also, it was my first vacation since ages alone. Well, it's not alone, but without Zach to my family. So, yeah. I can't even remember the last time I managed to catch a stream well, because the last stream was like a month ago. That's probably why. Because I didn't stream there. Like, I wanted to stream there, but once I was there, I didn't feel like gaming at all. And I didn't feel like gaming when I came back now here as well. So that's why, like, we're basically only doing, like, just chatting streams right now. We're only doing, like, mental health check-in streams. Since, well, the data points are 2 streams. Today and on Tuesday. So we'll see how that changes. But on these 2 occasions, we only streamed mental health check-in streams. Yeah. No, I didn't, but that's cool. Hollow Knight should be good. But I didn't play it. But I heard about it. So, but yeah, that's a link you can search through. Well, you're not British? Where are you from? I couldn't get into uni for like a year and a bit after school for various reasons. I was considering doing online, so I know a little about the online degrees. Oh, nice. Actually, I'm just gonna. So there's different programs I see. Oh, there's many different programs. There's like mental health and well-being practitioner, psychological well-being practitioner, children's well-being practitioner, education, mental health practitioner, clinical associate in psychology. That's probably an actual psychologist, like the ones we see, right? Clinical associate in applied psychology, Scotland. No idea. Which one of those is it? I'm from Jordan. Jordan. Jordan? How do you say it in English? Jordan. I just know how to say it in German. God damn it. Can I not? Mm-hmm. I hope everything is alright at your place. It's very close to the conflicts. Trying to get 112% on my world before moving on to Silksong. I'm getting really close to it, but I just know the last 10% will be extremely difficult. Oh, I bet. I bet. But Silksong, wait. Somebody else today said they were playing Silksong a lot recently. No, I forgot who it was. Wait. But it was more at the beginning. Oh, no, I forgot. Hmm. Don't remember. If you go down to mode of study and click on online, there should come a list of schools. Ah, yeah. Okay. Thank you. I just say any university location. Ah, yeah. England. Area of psychology. Damn, there's so many, bro. Okay, I'm just gonna search like this. Oh, there's many. 2 sides. Okay. If you're gonna, it's very close. I know I live in Qatar, and so I got a little trigger happy last week, Lamar. Oh, how is it? Like you can talk about it. Let me actually Qatar. Wait, that's not the Qatar I meant. Wait, is Qatar a different country than Jordan? Yeah, it's the island down there. Does this belong to Jordan? I don't know. Okay, I need to find out how to say this. It's wrong. I say it wrong. Absolutely wrong. Country pronoun. Jordan country. Jordan.
Jordan country. Jordan country.
It's just Jordan. What? Jordan.
Jordan country.
Jordan. Okay.
Jordan country.
That's the American one. Jordan. Okay. Yeah. It's different completely. Oh, okay. Oh, so you're from Jordan, but now you live in Qatar. Because I thought you said basically like I live in Jordan and then I live in Qatar, and Qatar is then like this city, basically. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense now. Yeah, I'm glad you have a little bit more space between you and the rest. Because yeah. Really crazy what's happened. You could literally, like, nobody would believe you if you would tell them this is what's happening a few years back. Ah, yeah. Wow. Hmm. Apparently the space makes no difference. Jordan at least didn't get one. Qatar was attacked twice in the past 4 months. Wait, what? The space makes a wait, what? So Jordan didn't get bombed, but Qatar was attacked twice in the past 4 months? But it's not scary, to be honest. When Iran bombed, even though when Iran bombed everybody, I knew they were never going to civilians. But when Israel bombed, it was like, okay, I know what is going on. Oof. I just saw a video where they saying what a happy life while missiles flew over their head. Mm. Bro. I don't want to be like dramatic or anything. But just to put it into perspective, I don't actually no, wait. I don't know if that's true. Give me the earth on a ball. Mm-hmm. So this is so. Yeah, I don't want to be dramatic or anything, but to put this into perspective, the distance between Israel and Qatar is basically the same amount of distance from Israel to Italy or Croatia or Hungary or Ukraine. Like, yeah. Probably won't attack. We'll see. Oh. Drone gets overhead missiles that get intercepted, but it's really normal. It's fine. It's really crazy to me that two people argue this is normal and fine. And it's also like, I mean, I guess it's good for you, right? Because if she would be horrified the entire time, that would be insane. But at the same time, it's like really sad that something like this is normal to anybody, you know? The government stopped doing air alarms when the missiles get into the airspace because us Jordans are cooked and we'll go outside to watch them fly overhead. No way, Yoda. Like, no, don't tell me that's true. Don't tell me there's so many Jordans in your country that your country noticed that you have the wrong stress response to these alarms and that they have to not do alarms actually, even though there's missiles coming in. No. To be fair, attacking NATO countries is in fact stupid. Well, killing humans is also stupid, but like didn't stop them, you know? Like you can't really argue with logic anymore. Like I don't know. Yeah. Oh. Mhm. I see. Oh. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great. The king is getting kind of annoyed. He's like, "Stop using our airspace as a playground." Bro, like, how do you have planes? Do you have planes? Is there planes coming to your country? Is there planes getting out of your country? Like, how do planes work? Like, do planes just crash? Is that how they work? They just don't? Or like, oh, oh, oh my god! I can't imagine people who actually live in war zones though. Yeah, I can't imagine living close to war zones like you. But yeah, living in war zones is not really living. I think it's like surviving in war zones or not surviving. Yeah. Qatar seems really pretty. Seems really rich too. Seems really oddly rich. Like so many of these buildings seem oddly rich. Like, what is this like half circle? Why is it not finished? Like, guys, look at this. What is this? And why is it not finished? Why is it only like a half circle? Did they like notice halfway through they can't finish it because of gravity and stuff, and then they didn't finish it anymore? Is that how it worked? The message was Lamau, the half circle. We call it the taser building because it looks like the top of a taser. That's true. I have many friends from Gaza at my uni, and there's a guy who lost 3 out of 4 of his limbs. Damn. He's really clever though and very strong. Yeah, I bet he's strong. That's so crazy. All the professors like him. Although Qatar is rich, but I'm just an expat. I'm not rich. Yikes. But I mean, to be fair, there's the saying that find yourself rich friends and then get rich yourself because like everything is based on nepotism. Well, that's just a huge skating thing, and I always went there to do some crazy tricks. None of my friends are doing rich, though. I'm doing something wrong. Ooh, I hate to break it to you, but that's not the way to get rich. Maybe the way to get happy, though. And what are these things here? Oh, this looks really cool. Those are like crazy expensive hotels. Bro, this half ring. What's going on? Is that real or is that like a animation or something? Yeah. So odd. These buildings look kind of cute. What is this though? What is this, bro? It looks like a tampon. My private jet and the pony. Yeah, it's real. Oh wait, I just realized since you don't know about my Hollow Knight addiction, you definitely don't know how my school year started. No. But if you say it like this, it sounds the suspension is. I'm concerned. They're mostly offices now. People don't live in those. Yeah, but I mean, who wants to live in a town? Is that entire country just like human made, by the way? Because the way these beaches are formed and this country is formed sort of leads me to the opinion that none of this was existent before and this was basically all water and then someone came and put sand there. And they put so much sand there that now there's apparently land. But like, do we trust it? No, most of it isn't, but the edges are. Oh, okay. I got basically the same class as last year, minus a few people that went to different class, but that's not important. I'm really glad because I low-key love this class. I also feel like I've got closer to a couple of people, which is actually really nice, but it allows me to talk more easily. Nice. So that area is human formed because it's like this entire thing is the pearl, and that entire thing is human formed, or like only the pearl is like the posh side. Yeah, it just looks very posh. Definitely, like Jesus Christ. And on the pearl is then also this thing, right? Because like, who else if posh people would build that? That looks cute. That's highly edited, Jesus Christ. And this is also the pearl of, apparently. This thing looks sick. That's the National Museum of Qatar. That looks actually sick. That's sick. Wow. Damn. Okay. It's very cool. What does it show? Like, what is the, like, because it just says National Museum. Like, what are the best things in there? Mm. So that is apparently the excuse why they bomb Qatar, because allegedly there's Hamas leaders in Qatar, and of course then you can bomb like an entire different country. Sure. Why not? This looks cool. Story of Qatar. Please tell me that's AI, bro. Wow. Ah, true. There's been some controversy about this stadium, I think, at some point, but I don't remember. Long ago. So this is basically normal Qatar, I guess. And this is the Pearl then. And this has been like, this is like this has been made by humans, this island, but this island actually exists, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Ah, here. Here it is. That's the pearl. And that's the entire island. So the entire island is actually kind of large. Okay, let's see. We can compare it to... Oh, damn. We can actually... Ah, well. So this is as big as my thumb. It's sort of as big as Supan. I don't know how you call this in English. It's sort of as big as Slovakia. Well, Slovakia is bigger. The Netherlands are actually quite bigger. But it's like the... Oh, I can't do that. Lol. Bruh. I'm trolling. Okay, this is the same. Now it's like biting thumb. Okay. It's crazy, right? Like, Israel is technically so tiny, but really big attitude. Oh my god, do you see this weather? 43 degrees? What? Yo. An island made by humans sounds very crazy to Dutch people. The controversy was mostly American propaganda, trust Olivia. Oh, actually? There's old guns and old things they dug up and like animals and plants and stuff. Oh, okay. Somehow, yeah, Hamas, yeah. That's the excuse they roll with the entire time. I will go now. I need to walk for a bit now. I want a coffee, not gonna lie. Do so, do so. Be healthy. That's very good. Proud of you. Also not real. Mixed feelings about that one. What do you mean also not real? Wait. Amman is very different. That's the capital of Jordan. Don't talk to me about the weather. I am dying. I actually need to know the weather now. Wow. In winter, it's 18 degrees, bro. How hot is it at my place right now? Let me check. 20 degrees, actually. Average high, low. What? Whoa. The low temperature in summer is 32 degrees Celsius. That's the low temperature. And the high temperature is 43. Bro. Wow. Bro, that's crazy. I had a different website for this. Okay, so we do have rain. Good to know. Average minimum surface air temperature. 31. Since 1990, it's basically like going crazy up. Damn. Where is the location? Nether. Okay. Meanwhile, wait, actually, I need the other one too. Wait. So this, I'm gonna clone this one. Because oh wait, I still have it. Okay, that's nice actually. So what did we have here? This is 15 millimeters of rain in March, and here we have. Oh my god! Look at the rain. 75 is that 75 millimeters. And the minimum in April is like nearly 40. And here we have minimum being none and maximum being 16. Maximum is here. Like on this here, basically. Yeah. In Jordan, it snows in winter. I'm not built for this desert climate. Imagine now me walking from my bus station to university at 12 p.m. Yeah, yikes. Yikes. So, and our highest temperatures in August are 23 degrees and the minimum is 13. 23 and 13. Only January is lower than that in Qatar. Otherwise, Qatar is always higher than the hottest month in the Netherlands. Wow. Like the curve of the Netherlands basically like peaks here. Like that would be the curve of the Netherlands, like going like this somehow. Bro, I can't tan either. It's so sad though. Oh. Do we want to know hotter climate? What is the hottest climate here, right? This seems to be the hottest climate. So how does it look here? Average maximum temperature also 41. 42 here. 42.7. Wow. Crazy. Minimum temperature of the entire year 17 degrees. Minimum maximum temperature. Oh no, he had 16.45. Minimum maximum temperature 30. Can you imagine that? 30 degrees is winter, and then it gets to 42 degrees. How do you even live like that? Like, I'm cooked, I'm pretty Caucasian, and my undertone is reddish. Same, bro. Oh my god. Yikes. I'm so sorry for you. Seriously, like, this is ass. Oh man. It's Mauritania. It's the country. But yeah. Let me actually wait. Let's look at some. Wait, I always need to look at the pictures first. Yeah, sort of looks like a desert as well. Yeah, it's basically desert. Like, that's this looks very beautiful. But like the rest is like sand. 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 Sand and sand buildings. More sand. Sand till ocean. Mm. There's also refugees. Wow, that must be so hard. Oh, I heard about this actually. That you can like that this is the only transportation. Like if you want to go through there, then this is basically like the way to do it, like on these like coal like iron ore trains. I've seen like a German influencer do that as well. But you're like so dirty afterwards. But that's basically like how you do it apparently. Damn, wait, you sleep there? Damn. Okay. But yeah, looks very desert. Like ooh. I didn't even know. But yeah, true. They have very light skin. But it also like it very depends apparently where you come from, sort of. But I guess that's just the same as in like Germany or here. The funny thing is like I don't get brown at all. Like I'm like really like light skin. I also yeah, I don't brown at all whatsoever. Oh no. No. I just closed all my tabs out of mistake because there was like one of those like weird ads tabs and I didn't see it and then I closed my browser. Okay, thanks. I got it. I got it back. I got it back. It's fine. Now I can close this one first. And now close this one. Nice. You playing any Overwatch lately? I actually haven't been playing like much at all in the recent time, but I did download Overwatch today again. I thought like maybe I'm gonna look into it. So I would actually be up for some games of like any game. It's like in Europe, I think red-headed. I think Ireland and then Middle East, we think Syria. A lot of people in the Levant are really light skinned, and then the people with darker skin too. I think it depends on their ancestors too, where they came from and stuff. Yeah, probably. Like in Germany and also here, it's like just I don't know. Like some people can get like really tanned, and other people just don't tan at all. And well, then it always depends on what you do as well, right? But yeah. We played Overwatch together a long time ago. How long? Ooh, oh. Caucasian ancestry? Oh damn. I have no idea what that is. From like Russian regions. Because they came in the 18th. Oh, okay. Damn. I I don't know anything about history in that sense, sadly. A few years probably, I think it was before Overwatch 2. Damn. Okay, that's long ago. Like, when did Overwatch 2 even get released? Overwatch 2 release date. October 2022, I think. Wait, but here it says like August 2023. Huh? No, October 2022 apparently. Damn, that's 3 years ago. Ah, I see. Well, we can actually you know what? Like, I wanted to play like some games today anyway, and I just updated Overwatch today as well. So I don't know, like, if you want to play like a few games, but not gonna play long. That's for sure. Like, I need to move it like a bit, but so like one game or two, maybe three. Depends how much fun it is. But like 1 or 2 games, I would be up for it. Do you shoot? There's a target in the back. I've only tried twice, but it's so much fun. I actually, well, so I'm European. In Germany, as in the Netherlands, you can't just shoot with guns. Not even at like actual guns. No, not as no person, basically. Like only if you're police and stuff like this. Or if you're like in like a very special thing for like hunters, I think. But like very unlikely that you do this. But we were on vacation in Romania, and in Romania they actually do have guns. I didn't know that before, but they do. And that's where we went to like a shooting stand, and we actually, well, we didn't we didn't know about it at all. Like, we would have left without ever knowing. But we got to know a couple, and they said like they were going, and if we want to join. So we joined spontaneously, and then we did it. And it was really, really scary. Oh my fucking god, guns are so crazily scary. They should be definitely illegal, prohibited to anybody who's not a professional. Like, I honestly, I didn't have much understanding for American gun laws before, but now that I actually shot a gun myself, even less. Like, these are definitely murder weapons, and you feel it every time you shoot it. Like, it's scary. Like, they are vicious. The whole energy about this is vicious as hell. And it was really, really scary and really loud. But I did it. And this is from Zach, and this up here, like, there's another one, and this is from me. And I actually was not too bad for my first and only time. Let me show you actually. I do have to add to that I actually didn't want to empty the whole magazine and wanted to give it to the instructor to empty it, but he didn't let me, and then I had to shoot the entire magazine. And I just wanted to get it over with, so at some point I didn't care anymore. But I now look at this. Do you see how in the middle this is? Do not cross me. I'm being serious. These are 3 different shots. This was my first time ever holding a gun. Yeah. You know what's gonna happen if you cross me. Like, just don't fight me. Don't fight me, y'all. Yeah, but like hell, like guns are crazy. Like guns are really, really insane. Oh my god. Like the noise they make, like you hear it in movies, and movies are already like guns are loud, and like depending on the movies, they're being treated as like toys or no toys. But the amount of movies and series you see where people just shoot guns, sort of like next to each other. We were inside, so that's an important thing. Like it was a room, it was not outside. So there's like different sound mechanics, right? But we had these like heads basically like headphones on with like active sound suppression. And bro, that is so loud. You feel it in your chest. Like it feels like your heart actually might skip a beat because of that sound. It's so crazy loud. And that room is not tiny, right? Because that entire room is like, I don't know, like 50 meters long or something. It's so insane. Like, I honestly, usually I'm able to, like, not I'm able to, but usually what happens when I feel scared or whatever, I suppress my emotions. I don't even notice it too much. And I like shut down. So like I behave normal, nothing happens, which is a problem on its own. But in that situation, I felt like an animal. Like I felt how scared I get from the sound, and how I just want to run away. Like there was no, this was no like, oh, like I'm a human. I'm like I can handle all of this. I stood in the corner of the room being like, oh my fucking god. Like, let me out. Like, and if I could, if I would have, but I couldn't, so I didn't. But it's insanely loud. And the sheer force this weapon has is crazy to me. And that's not even like the funny thing is, right? Like I just had like a really classic handgun, like I think like 9mm, whatever, like regular police gun or something. Zach actually tried different weapons. Like he tried one of those like where you literally like you prop it up on like a stand in the front and then you like sniper or whatever. Like not really sniper because like that's not like the range, but like bigger bullets. And he said, like, I didn't try that one because what the fuck, no. I was scared as hell. I didn't want to try anyone at the first place, actually, but then I sort of did because I didn't want to, like, leave without having tried it. But, yeah, he tried one of these, and he actually said that the recoil this one had was less than from the handgun. Which is crazy to me. Because if this gun kills, shouldn't feel like a game. You know? Like, this is concerning. Yeah. But yeah. So that's what we did. And we still have the bullets, by the way. Like the bullet casings, not the bullets. Like this one. And this one. Yeah. One of them is even dented. Wait. But yeah. You like the thrill of it? Like, no, I wasn't. Like, honestly, like, we all, like, both, like, the other girl and me, we were, like, super scared in the beginning. But the boys as well. Like, they were so shocked by the sound of it. And it's like, wow. I can't. There's, to me, having done this, having experienced the way guns feel, there's no justification to have these on the normal market for normal people to buy. There's no justification. This is not protection. This is a murder weapon. This is built to destroy. And while you can't feel that it's built to kill, maybe, you do definitely feel that it's built to destroy. Like the force it has, the way, like the force it comes back with, the way it feels, the sound of it is basically already destroying. Like, it's destroying your hearing. It's like, if you don't hold the gun right, it's gonna destroy your face. Like, it really is made for destruction. And there's really no, absolute no justification for normal people to have this. Absolutely no. Like, there is no threat. You are better, like, it doesn't even, like, even if there's a robber in your house, I would never want to shoot with a gun at that guy, because if you don't hit, you're gonna hit the neighbor's house, basically. Like, it's gonna go through, like, multiple walls, like, in America for sure. And it's seriously insane to me that they somehow justify that this would be, like, a normal necessity for protection. Like, no, it isn't. The main cause of this is also not protection. And it's incredibly scary how easy it is. Genuinely. I love shooting sports so much. I was a competitive archer at an amateur level as a teenager, and I really want to try competing in clay pigeon shooting or skeet. You do that. But I think it wouldn't be like... I think you don't need to have actual lethal ammunition for that, you know? Like, I think you, like, stuff like this, I get that, like, shooting as a sport is kind of interesting. But I think, like, these, like, how these called, like, the air, these, like, where you have these, like, tiny little bullets. Like, it's not really bullets, it's like, air guns? No, wait. There's paintball, and then there's this tiny plastic ball you shoot. What is it? I don't know. Yeah, air rifles, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, but I think you wouldn't need to use, like, clay pigeons, right? Like, you could just use plastic pigeons, and then you can use these air rifles. I need to go, but it was fun having your stream as a podcast while cleaning. Oh, I didn't even know. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See you later, Looney. By the way, would you be interested in gaming today evening? Just in case. Just have to storage stuff. Yeah, no problem. They have air rifle competitions for kids here often because anybody under 16 is not allowed to shoot their real guns at the range. Because 16 is a good age to give lethal guns to kids. They shouldn't marry or drive, but lethal guns. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like in America as well. Like literally you can have a gun but not be able to drink beer. Like, huh? Who ever came up with that logic? Oh my god. Like I think like honestly like shooting guns at a shooting range. Okay, fair. We can argue about that. We can possibly argue about that. While I do believe we don't need lethal guns for that, like I do think it's the same effect if you use, for example, like air rifles and like different stuff you shoot, which is being shot into the air stuff. But like we can argue about that. But yeah, like normal guns available on the normal markets, normal people can buy. You just want your people to kill each other. Like, there's no, you can't, no. There is no, you can't come with the argument that, oh, this is only for protection. This is normal. What do you mean? It's only about the person using it, like whether or not it's like hurtful or not. Huh? Like, huh? Have you never used a gun? Because then this argument sort of makes sense. But if you have ever held a gun in your hands and shot it, this is only made for destruction. You can't. There is no doubt in my mind that this was meant to be fun. It is made specifically for as much destruction as possible. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I think that's sort of the same like in Romania. Yeah. And then they're like, oh no, why do we have so many school shootings? And you're like, are we seriously questioning why? It's like, give a teenager with depression a gun, fuck around and find out. Like, what do you expect to happen? Like, we have people in our society which fall through the cracks, and that's our bad. And we as society, we have and will carry the burden of it. We will have the person who robs other people. We will have the person who maybe murders somebody sometime. Because we let them fall through the cracks. Depending on what we give them, it's going to be worse or less worse. If you give them a semi-automatic rifle with like, I don't know how many bullets, and the availability to upgrade your gun at home easily to a fully automatic one, with like an extension of the magazine as well, and automated like magazine input basically. Why do you give someone who might be crashing out in his life such a thing? It's like at that point, if it's kids, it's like, honestly, your mistake. The kid had a major crash out and had aggression and acted on that aggression. Okay. that aggression costing not being a beat up or something, not being somebody being like pushed down the stairs or something, or stabbed, but being a school shooting, your mistake. Your responsibility entirely. Like, I genuinely don't. That's insane. It's insanely irresponsible. Yeah, exactly. Police officers aren't even allowed to have their automatic rifles off their workhouse here. AKs are purely army police duty use, yeah. Definitely. You don't want normal people with such guns. I mean, and then it's like, what should the fucking police do, bro? Like, I wouldn't want to be police there. Like, if the people possibly have fully automated guns? Huh? And then the police there has like less training than the police here? Huh? Like, you're just basically you give a civilian a badge, and now he's police, and now he should deal with this, and then you wonder like why there is bad results. Yeah. It's like, I don't know. That's really crazy to me. Yeah. But that's the other thing. Then sometimes a gun-related crime happens, and the entire country does get shocked. Like, for example, Charlie Kirk got shot on the stage. And everybody was like, ah, how could this happen? Who would do that? And you're like, you do know the statistics, how many people actually die because of shootings in America, right? Right? Or like when Trump was like being shot at, like everybody was like, oh, no. And like, well, it's not like a bad, like the funny thing is like this reaction is not bad, right? But at the same time, it's like, there's like no consequences. Like there's no, I don't even mean consequences, but there's no, you're like, they are exasperated at this and shocked by this, but then nothing happens. Like there's being put like no policy in place to actually do something against this. There's nothing being changed to avoid future families to go through something like this. And that's such a weird thing. Because on one side, it's like, well, you don't want the people to like, if the people would just sort of like be like absolutely without empathy about this, it would be sort of bad as like a bad statement as well, right? Because then people don't actually care if people die because of like that. That's not right. But then you have people who have such a huge reaction to this while they, at the same time, actually are for these laws. And then, like, that's also not right. Like, huh? So it's just it's so confusing. It's so confusing. Same day they had a school shooting in Minnesota, but nobody talked about it because of Kirk. Yeah. Well, I mean, I bet there's so many shootings in America all the time that you just can't know about every one of them. But definitely, I do think there's some like desensitization to school shootings in America. But it's really. It's really crazy how something like this can hold on for so long, like a law like this. Especially because to everybody it looks so weird, right? Like from the outside perspective, it looks like what the fuck. But yeah, I don't know. Hello, goats. Where am I from? I'm from the Netherlands. Well, technically I'm from Germany, but I live in the Netherlands now. So Europe. How about you? And welcome to the stream. But yeah, and I think like honestly, I would really love to understand. And I think some part of the picture is really that they don't really believe in their own institutions. Like they don't trust the police to help them. They don't trust the like other people to help them, and that's maybe also relating to the picture, right? Like that you don't like if you just take normal people's guns away, it's like if there's like a huge black market for this already, and you don't really do something about the black market, then only the bad guys have guns, I guess. And if the police is still trash, then like only the police has guns now. But at the same time, like, does it help you to have a gun if the police is trash? To like do something against it? Because not really, right? Because it's still the police. Like you can't like do something. Like it doesn't help you. But it's like such a difficult situation to like to get progress on this. But I really wonder why it's so. Like, maybe it's also just because of propaganda, but, like, I'm not sure, like, there's so much support on keeping guns as part of the institution. And, like, the Fifth Amendment and everything, like even though I do think everybody is, like, shocked by, like, school shootings and, like, for example, someone being shot on stage and something like this. So, I wonder what, like, I wonder what the issue behind it is. Like, is it really just like mistrust in the system and in the institution, or is there more? You're from America? Oh, okay. So first time in stream, and your country is the top communication not communication, the top priority. Thank you. I can just be like, oh, chef cook.
Yeah,
So deeply systemic. Can you actually? Would you mind to go deeper on this and explain this a little bit more? Because I've never been to America, and I would love to hear your perspective on this. Because I think what we hear about America and how we interpret it is, of course, always different to a person who actually lives in America. And who probably also, I bet you also know Americans who are standing with the Fifth Amendment and this right. So I would love to get your insight on how their logic on this works. I'm gonna go find some much to eat. Then I'm going to watch maybe Daredevil. Oh, okay. I've actually watched it back in the day. Not too bad. Well, it was fun hanging out. I hope to see you around. Hope to see you around too. I really enjoyed our talk. So If you want, join our Discord. And then, of course, you're welcome to follow. But thank you for being here. It was really, yeah, really entertaining to talk to you. We had a good talk, I think. But I do understand food. I'm also like, now that I have this in front of me, I'm like, actually, I'm hungry. You're right. Mm-hmm. Mm. I wasn't ready to have to chew for so long. My country is run by a special interest. There's a lot of money from gun rights organizations that go towards our politicians. So, corruption is a problem. That absolutely makes sense. But if you state that as the main issue, is there then actually is there like the common sense in society that people like are there actually more people and the majority of people being like we don't need guns and we actually would like better gun laws? Because what we see a lot actually in the news is that when there's like another of these conflicts going on and like discussion about like gun laws and stuff, there's like a lot of like protests also like pro guns. So it doesn't like from the outside it doesn't seem like the majority of people is actually for better gun laws and against giving guns away. So like, well, irresponsibly. Welcome back, Pyro. Gun laws in America is our top topic right now. I don't. How do we? Ah, yeah. Um, he asked about. Actually, I don't even know. But me named Jeffrey. Asked about the shooting. Um, what is that? I don't know. Target thing. So that's how we came towards guns, actually. Unfortunately, I think a lot of Americans feel a sunk cost fallacy when it comes to guns. Okay. You mean in terms of because they have so many guns that they're like, they actually invested in guns? Or like, do you mean in terms of like, well, now that this has happened, or like now that more violence is happening, I even more need guns to protect myself? In terms of this, that they don't see like a point of exiting the cycle? People feel that we have so many guns that there's nothing we can do about gun control at this point. Hmm. So they think like if there were to be like updated gun laws, then like they would have to give their guns away, but like so many people would keep their guns, and then like only the bad guys would have guns, basically. The government showing up at people's doors to their guns. That's oh, okay. But do they feel scared that if they don't have guns anymore, they're like, or that so they, hmm, so they don't trust the process of like ungunning America, basically? No, there's definitely more guns on average. It's like the Netherlands with bicycles. Don't mind me. I'm just stretching. I notice I get like back pain. It's like honestly, I feel like this stream is so amazing so far. Because at the beginning, I was like, I wanted to like do this like mental check-in and also like just chatting stream, right? And at the beginning of the stream, there was like no one there. And like for 25 minutes, I was literally just like talking to myself. And I was like so awkward because I was like, well, what do I say now? Like, I can't, because you can't just say like nothing, right? Because then, like, if somebody comes, it's like absolute dead mood. And like, why would they say something? So you always say something, but it's just really like talking to yourself. Um, and I also felt like, oh, well, like, what if this stream is like, I really felt like just chatting and like doing like a mental health bit and sort of this stuff. And I was like, oh, damn, like maybe I just picked the wrong time and like nobody has time. And I was like low key getting sad. And now we're talking for like 7 hours, basically, like nearly 7 hours. Well, okay, like minus the half hour at the beginning where I didn't talk, so it's more like 6.5. But that's so cool. That's honestly so cool. Like I really enjoyed so much. Like thank you all for being here and taking part in this. Honestly, like I really appreciate you. So we fear our police and our military. Oh, I bet. Like bro, what's the things which are going on are crazy in America. Honestly, like I really hope everything turns low key out to be fine at the end. But um the news you hear about what happens to people and what is being done by the government right now is really scary. I remembered something. I remember how I said my class is almost the same. Yeah, you said that like some people left, but you didn't mind them leaving because they weren't the important people, and then like the rest is like the good people, and that's good. Oh, police are so corrupt, poorly trained, and militarized. Yeah, I'm witnessing the fall of the American empire. I don't wanna. Uh, I don't know how other Europeans think about this, but to me personally, um, we low key been saying that America turns into fascism since 2016, since like the first Trump president. So it's like sadly, it's not like a new progress that America is turning more towards the negative side than the positive. And right now actually is a point where if I were to live in America, I would actually move out. Like I would leave the country. Like I think it's at a point where it's like not where it's really hard um to stay safe yourself, basically. Um, at the same time, if I were to live there, I would also see that if I move out, America is one of the most influential countries. That I would fear if it's not stopped in America, it can't be stopped outside of America anymore. So maybe I would stay and try to like change it. But yeah. One of the people that hasn't gone with that girl, and well, things haven't exactly changed much for how I feel about her. And I was still small, I would love America. Right now, I just want to stay far away because I don't think I'd enjoy it very much. Same, like back then, I really wanted to visit America, and I thought America is like so cool. And like my mom told me about the national parks there she was at and stuff, and I felt like it's so cool. And then like all the movies and everything, it's being advertised as such a cool city. Well, that's the image you get, right? Of course, it's not a city, but it's just because you in the movies you don't really get like a perspective of how big the country is. So just this whole country seems like a big city of like unlimited possibilities and so many cool things and so many cool people from like all over the world, like really multi-culti and all of this. And only later on you actually realize how freaking big America is, because what the hell, bro? It's a continent basically. Um and it's like the whole Europe just one country. Like it's really crazy. Um and that makes it even more interesting, right? Because when you then say like, okay, I really want to visit America, then it means the national parks, it means the big cities, it means the really warm, nice beaches, and maybe even like the icy, cool mountains and stuff. So I don't know. Fortunately, with how much power we give to our states, depending on what state you live in, you feel pretty protected from our government's fastest thumb. I actually, which one is that? Is that the California, governor? Wait. There's like some. Yeah, it's the governor of California. Who's like trying to, like I've at least I've heard of him. He's really trying to hold back, but well, yeah. I've heard something, by the way, of like salt trucks being used to keep the military out of a city. I don't know if that's true. It seemed too ridiculous to be true. Do you know anything about that? I'm like extremely uncertain how to deal with my feelings about this time, because last year I asked her out and she wasn't interested in a relationship back then. I assume she hasn't changed her mind even more. So I'm pretty certain she hasn't, but like I still can't help but fall in love all over again whenever I see her. Hmm. I think you should journal about your feelings. Salt trucks. Salt. Not soul. Sorry. Salt. Like the thing you put on bread, like pepper and salt. Salt. You don't really put it in bread. Sold? Not sold. Salt. Guys. It is. You call it sold. I'm not. You have the pronunciation. Salt. American? Salt. That's exactly how I say it. Guys, it's not me, it's you. Yeah. Oh, wait. You're able to speak German? She's oh no. Yeah. Made me think I'm insane for a second. There's apparently some city which used salt trucks to keep the military out of the city or something. In America. It seemed crazy, so I have no idea if it's right. But I just wanted to know if you've heard anything of that. Ah, okay, so the controversy, not the controversy, the story I heard about was that apparently Chicago uses salt trucks to block the ICE. But apparently they're not doing that. But they were there to support public safety efforts related to a planned protest, the Taste of Chicago. But yeah. Okay. Would have been cool. Um, I don't know. I think if she's not giving any type of signals, like she's not trying to spend time with you like via friends or whatever, I wouldn't ask her out again. And I would sort of try to work through it. Because like she knew you were interested and she said basically no. So I would stick with the no until I know something else. Like she can always like talk to you too, right? Like just because you don't ask or sort of move on doesn't mean that there's no possibility anymore. Like she could say something too if she wanted to. So I personally, I would in your case journal. And in that journal, I would try to decipher why, like, I would make use of this case that you are interested in her, because these feelings are not triggered easily, right? Like, you need to find somebody you're interested in for these feelings to trigger. So, what you can do now and get information with these feelings is to journal what you actually specifically like about her. That means you can now actually figure out what actually matters to you, like which characteristics of a person actually matter to you and this kind of stuff. Which is useful information, honestly, because it can also sort of, for example, like the partner we pick, a lot of times has also to do with how we were raised and how we grew up and stuff like this, and how our family is. So it can also like give like really good conclusions in terms towards that. But just knowing that is like really, really helpful sometimes to like find a partner with that actually helps. And sometimes, specifically, if you really like a person which apparently doesn't really like you, it can also help to figure out why that is the case. Because why do you like someone who doesn't like you back, you know? Usually unreciprocated feelings are more of like a turn down. And I would wonder for myself, why is that not the case for me? Like, why am I still sort of like obsessed with that person? And then you can figure out what would you need to basically move on. Like, are you still, for example, obsessed with that person because while she did say she didn't want a relationship, then you still have hope that she sometimes will, for example, and that's why you can't let it go. And then you can go to her, just say like, "Hey, I just wanted to ask if it was only like a timely no, and you didn't want it in that moment, and or if it's just like a definite no to me, and just to be clear, so I can move on." Um, and I don't know, maybe it's also like a different thing, and there's maybe some, yeah, really like this feeling of like unreciprocated love that's actually triggers something, and then it's really nice to find that out. So, castrate yourself, what? So, um, that's why I don't know. Like I personally, I think I would just journal about it. Like try to figure out where these feelings come from, what these feelings are, like what they mean specifically, and I feel like that's gonna bring you further. You know. Mm. Sometimes there's also a difference between the idea of a person we have and the actual person themselves. And if you notice while this journaling, for example, that you idealize her, that could also explain why you, for example, still like her, even though she doesn't really reciprocate your love, because you have such a idealized version of her in your mind, which is actually somehow it doesn't really seem realistic. And that could also help to then sort of like get lost of this like obsessed feeling with her. Um, and to just like realize, well, she's like, is this idealization actually true? Like, or is it just made up by me? Like, is she actually like that? Stuff like this, you know? Like maybe you idealized her and sort of missed her in that picture because you just projected this idea from you onto her. Like there's many different things. Last year, I would sometimes notice her staring in my direction. Not sure if it was at me or not, but she did. She'd also turn away quickly when I looked back in her direction. But other than that, we only really talked when I initiated the conversation. But this is very, but this is very possible. It's because she's too shy to start talking to me since we only met last year. And more info about this possibility later. I would always just be happy to talk to her, and she always seemed to be smiling a lot whenever. Okay, so she enjoyed talking to you. Like, she didn't try to, like, sort of, like, stop the conversation, get out of it, give short answers, stuff like this. Like, all of this stuff you try to sort of, like, avoid contact and, like, make it as short as possible. Like, that wasn't the case. Like, she tried to, like, you know, like, reciprocated interest in that conversation. We were talking to, but that might be just because she smiles a lot in general. God, that smiles so beautiful. But yeah, it was always enjoyable. So it was sad when suddenly I saw her 10 hours per week less at school. Basically, a lot of the stuff until the next big checkpoint, the Berlin trip. Okay. We're going to the Berlin trip. We asked her out and she said like she's not interested in a relationship. Oh, so that was like, when was that? Last year. It's like he said like I'm like extremely uncertain how to deal with my feelings for her this time because last year I asked her out and she wasn't interested in a relationship back then. Remember? The whole chat is waiting. Intention. There's, by the way, a character limit on your Twitch chat messages. Just FYI, Pyro. But there's a huge turn of events in this romance story. Damn, bro. Talking in a big group towards our hotel. I believe she was walking next to me and we were just doing some talking. When one of our friends made a little dirty joke, she randomly ran. Okay. Okay. And then? Now I need the whole story before I give any feedback. I'm not for chasing women. I'm a woman, I'm not for chasing women. Usually they run because they want to get away. It's not... They're... Like, secure attachment style is not running. Like, either she's fucked up and needs therapy, or you're chasing after someone who ran intentionally. I'm against chasing women. Yeah. This is like, no, please. But let's see. Oh my god. So many words I don't know. What does that mean? Bro, I have never heard that word before. Ah. Okay. How do you even say that?
Facetious.
What?
Facetious.
Fascism? What?
Facetious.
Fascis. What, bro?
Facetious. Facetious.
Fascis. Bro.
Facetious.
Facetious. Facetious. Facetious. Facetious. Bro. Okay. Facetious. Facetious. That's really nice. I can't tell if that story is real or if they're joking. No, it's real. It's real. So, yep. Away, run away. Probably flustered by that stupid joke, and then we arrive at the final day. This day, I finally decided to gather up the courage to ask her out. I still remember clear as day that smile she got. She also said yes at that time, saying she'd be interested, but that could be her tiredness and whatnot. After all, it was evening, and we had been there a couple of days. But she said yes, so I was very happy until not long after came the big turnaround. She asked me to talk and well, okay, I need to know the rest. Let me draw up some notes about this. I knew things were doomed, and indeed, we talked and she told me she wasn't actually interested in dating, saying she was tired then, which is understandable, and couldn't think as well. She wanted to focus more on school stuff, which is also understandable, as exams were coming up not too long after. So that is where the potential love story ended. But like, we're still friends, and to this day, we still talk regularly, although I kind of don't know if I want to talk to her more or less because I'm not sure how to deal with this, and that's basically it. I don't know. I might be missing something. Stupid character limit. I get you. Okay. So, you are confused, right? That's the main theme I get. You are confused. Like, what the hell is going on? What the freak are you supposed to do? Like, is she into me or not? Like, You like she's giving all these signals. You ask her, she says yes, then she says no, and now you do still talk. Like, what the fuck is going on? So, I think that's what you should talk to her about. Problem solved. She's a human like you. There's no special, oh, don't talk to women about this, or don't talk to men about this, or it's unsexy to talk about this and that. Like, basically, the foundation of like a really secure attachment style and good relationship is best friendship. In a relationship, in any really good relationship, you need to be able to talk about anything. And therefore, you can just start with that anyway. Because either it's not really a good relationship and it's not a secure attachment style, and then you can't talk about this. And then it's good to find out that you can't talk about such things. Or you can talk about this, and then it's really good to talk about it because it stands in between you. Like there's no cost to asking. Like, you can just go up to her and be like, "Hey, I just wanted to ask for some like clarification because I'm really confused by this. Like, I thought you sent me these signals. I also I thought it's like a reciprocated love type of thing, like then I asked, you said like because of the exams, and now we're sort of friends, and I don't know, like, is it now okay to date because the exams are over, or did you actually just want to say no, but you sort of like said like, well, like not right now, as in like basically never with you, but like I want to stay friends. Like, do you want to be friend zone the entire time, or do we just wait for the right time to not be friends anymore and then move on to something more? Like, I would talk about it. I would genuinely just ask. Like, just explain your situation. Like, maybe journal a little bit, like, figure out which answers you actually need. Like, what are the questions you actually have in your brain? Because, like, one of the questions, like, I for one, I would be confused. Like, that would be the main theme of this. Like, I would be confused. I would be like, I didn't think you're sending signals. Then I started thinking you send signals. Then I asked you, you also smiled and said yes. Then you said no. Now we're still friends. Like, are we supposed to be friends? Like, did you, like, what is, please clarify. So I would basically ask like, hey, just wanted to clarify, if you only wanted to say if your no was really dependent on only the exams coming up, and for example, now I could date. Like, I really don't want to like bother you with this if it's not like that. So that's why I wanted to clarify. Or do you actually just want to stay friends and you're not interested in anything more, but you didn't want to hurt my feelings? And like, I would ask that to get the confirmation if it's friends forever and like, or nothing, or if it's From Friends to Lovers Volume 2. Also, wait, what? Okay, so tomorrow I would, but I don't think there'll be be a chance, since it's a sport day and things will be chaotic. So then do I ask her to talk over lunch break? Because I don't think 10 to 15 minutes would be enough. Well, maybe it is. Like, technically, like, if you have your questions already formulated and you just ask for clarification, she doesn't really need to explain a lot, right? Like, she just needs to, like, you can also actually, like, it would be the best actually to give her time to think about this as well. Like, especially if she's a person who first said yes, then said no. Like, apparently she's like in the moment and like caught up in this situation of like not saying something wrong and like not disappointing the other person. So I guess actually it would help her best to be like, hey, I just wanted to ask for a clarification of like, do you just want to stay friends, or do you just wanted to wait after the exams and just to be sure, because I don't want to like read anything into nothing, sort of. And then like directly maybe say like, hey, you don't need to answer right now. Like if you want to think about it, just text. Don't you have her number, by the way? Like, why do you not have her number? Like, are you not in like a class group or something? Like WhatsApp or whatever? Is that not a thing? Because I would just honestly, I personally would just text her. I don't know if that's wild, but I personally would just text her like. Then she can answer like whenever she wants. Okay, you have a number, but you have never texted before. Well, works. I get it. Wait, you have? Okay, well, then just like I personally, I think I would maybe just ask her via text. Because it's the least social stress for her, right? Yeah, I mean, I do get that like talking in person is sort of best. At the same time, it's not best with a person who's socially uncomfortable and overwhelmed. And depending on the fact that she said yes and then no, sort of gives me the feeling that she's apparently sort of that she needs time to actually think about what she wants to do. Because she's not just this like spontaneous, whimsical girl who's just going with what she feels, but she wants to be behind what she's doing, I guess. So I honestly think, yeah, for this issue, I think texting is honestly best because it's the least stressful for anybody. Because you don't have to see her face and feel like you're getting mixed signals. And she can just say what she wants to say without getting the feeling that she's under like social pressure to like not make you mad or not be rude or whatever, you know? Or like less social pressure. Yeah. Yeah, no, I absolutely get it. Like that could be the thing, right? Like that could absolutely be the thing. But I mean, then I would you're confused. You just need clarification. Like it's absolutely fine to be confused about stuff like this. It's absolutely normal to need clarification. Like it's honestly, it's not like a really weird thing or anything. It's like it's a very normal thing. And it's a very good thing to talk about these things as well. And especially like even in a friendship, it's very good to talk about these things and have this like honest talking around. So I just like this is not like we talk about it here now. Like it would be this sorry. Like it would be this huge thing. Like, oh my god, so dramatic, so oh, you're putting yourself on the line. Like, what if she hates you after it? Like, what if she tells the whole school and everybody's laughing about you? But it's not weird to do this. Like, it's not. It's so actually smart to do this and to ask for clarification like this. Because, for example, if you ask her out again now and like that like maybe really annoying. Like maybe she wanted to give you the signal like, hey, we're just friends, like leave me alone, you know? Like I really like you as a friend, but like nothing more. And she just wanted to be nice, you know? And then she has this constant fear of you wanting more, which is also not good, right? And I feel like if you ask her like this, it's like a very non-pushing question, you know? Because if you present it like, hey, I just wanted to clarify, if you back then just wanted to tell me not right now, but we, for example, but you, for example, would be interested to start dating now, Or if you wanted to give me like a hints up that that you only want to be friends with me and you actually don't want more. Like if you say it like this, it's like no, it's non-judgmental, you know? It's like not leading, it's not pushing in any direction, and it's also sort of like it's offering like a self-awareness about the situation, I think, and how it comes across for her, you know? Like if you take it into account and offer the option like, hey, um, or if you just wanted to tell me like we're friends, but didn't want to come out too harsh or something, you know, you already offer the option with like an explanation that you don't think that she was like stupid or whatever, but that you actually think it was a misunderstanding which comes from actually like consideration for your feelings, which then sort of like went into the wrong into the wrong understanding. So I would just text her. I think I wouldn't do it in person. Um just because I wouldn't want to put her on the spot like this, because I do believe that this is maybe a thing she hasn't realized herself, you know? Like maybe this is actually like a situation where she was just like putting it on hold because she was like, I can't deal with this right now, you know? Like maybe she actually still needs to think about whether she ever wants to date you or not, you know? Like maybe she just put it on like later, issues for later me. So that's why I would text her. Um and but you can also like, if you're like insecure about texting something like this to her, I think it's always really important to like stay yourself and stay authentic to yourself. And so if you really want to do this in person and you think like, no, this is the optimal and best way, then go for it in person, see how it turns out, right? Like that's how we make experiences, that's how we learn. If you do see my point and like maybe now think like, oh well, yeah, that could actually be the case, and like, yeah, I also don't want to push her or whatever. Like if you, because you're the person leading your life, like you have her contact, right? Like anything I say is only based on your perception of this situation, and then my perception of my experiences. Like I categorize her based on your interpretation. So it might not be true at all, and she might totally appreciate in person more. But if you do want to do it my way, you can also express your insecurity about not doing this in person in a message. You can start, for example, with like, hey, I really didn't know if I should do this in person or not. But like, I asked a friend, and my friend told me, like, actually, doing it like this is maybe like less stressful or something. And this is why I ask you, like, you know, you can explain that. Yeah, like you can be vulnerable and self-aware of what's going on in that moment. You know? Ads? Okay. I'm eating my bread. We're just gonna wait till power is back. Otherwise, this whole conversation doesn't make sense. We're back. Okay. Why is a Discord message coming every 5 minutes? What the frick? Usually they're like every 30 minutes. So, yeah. So I personally, I wouldn't like to put her on the spot, but it's your decision. That's why I wouldn't do it in person. If you reach out to ask if she wants to talk in person or if she doesn't mind over text, it's one of those doomed messages which comes across absolutely dramatic. And the anticipation would kill me already. And it's not like like I won't do it. It's like to each their own, right? But I personally, I don't like if every little thing turns into a huge deal. Like to me, that's really exhausting because I'm a really aware person. I'm really sensitive to signals. That's why, for example, for one part, just delaying something or like being like secretly resentful or something or being passive aggressive is like really, really stressful to me. So I don't like that at all. Other people feel that's better. Like they don't like to be confronted directly. But I hate that so much. And the other thing is like this making something like really, really big, even though you could just talk about it. You know, like making it like a dramatic scene. Like that's what I personally don't like, especially if it turns out to be something like normal, you know? Because I don't like my life to be a drama show. So I don't need a drama queen in it. You know what I mean? Like I don't this is for me personally, it's really stressful and I don't like it. Other people are different. So it always depends on the person. So if you want to do that, do it. But I'm just saying that's how it could come across. I think talking to a friend about it is also a good idea if your friend is but not if your friend, but be aware of the fact who your friend is. There are some friends I talk to where I think you're definitely not the person where I look towards what I do in life. Like you're the problem kid, which is always coming to me to solve their issues. Like I'm not gonna ask you to solve mine because I really don't want your advice. You know what I mean? Oh, Naradim! Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Pyro! Thank you! No ad squad! Hell yeah! Thank you so much, Naradim. I appreciate it. But yeah, so that's why, like, just be aware of the circumstances of your friend. Like, if your friend is solving these issues, like, really well, and you think, like, oh, that's really nice how he's, like, then do that. If he doesn't, and your friend is one of those people who's avoiding conflict at all costs, and is like, oh, no, you can't talk to women like normal people, be aware of the fact that this is exactly the advice he's going to give you. Like, the advice is not going to be, like, magically good, you know? Like, so, just be aware of that. He's also one of the only few who knows about this, and he's helped me before when I was too nervous to actually ask God. I think definitely, like, talking to him, and you can also tell him, like, what I said, you know, just talk to him about the whole thing. If you feel like you need somebody to talk to and you need to talk to him, then talk to him. Like, this doesn't need to be like like having feelings, being confused about love, being confused about something like this is a very normal part of life. Like, this is not a burden to anybody around you. Like, a good friend will always have an open ear for this, and should always have an open ear for this, in fact. And I don't know, like, worrying about this is very normal. Like, and needing second opinions and needing advice on this is very normal. It's also very normal to come to a person and ask for clarification and not having it all figured out, you know? Like, you're young. You're human as well. Like, even my dad, the parents don't have it figured out. Like, there's no person who has it all figured out. And honestly, the only thing you do have to have figured out is how you figure things out. Like, who you talk to feel emotionally regulated if you can't regulate yourself at some moments. Because, yeah, there's some moments we can't regulate ourselves, and that's okay. And then we need to find ways how to do that. And that's, and knowing these ways is like really good for us. That's why, for example, a good social circle, a supportive social circle is really important. So that's just, but I have 2 questions for you, Pyro, before you go. One is, I think it could be really beneficial for you to figure out why you like her, even though you are in this cloud of not knowing. And there's, like, she's taking no responsibility of this cloud of not knowing, sort of, you know? Like, there's been no really clear communication, and she sort of leaves you hanging. And this doesn't need to be bad. I'm not saying she's a bad person or anything. I'm just saying, thinking about this, and if there is frustration and how to deal with that frustration, and who do you attribute that to, and sort of like thinking that through, could have really nice insights. The second question is, this relationship with her, because you're really really tense about talking to her about deeper things. To me, the question arises sort of like, oh, like that would be a question I would ask myself. It's like, what does this relationship with her right now actually give you? Like, this friendship with her. Like, what do you value this friendship right now for? Do you only value it for the fact that there might be something more because of it? Or do you value it actually for the friendship it does offer, for the support it does offer? And like, which sort of support is that? Because I feel like these 2 questions could just have like really great insights, like completely separately from her, but also like connected to her. And I think like knowing yourself is like really, really important. Especially in terms of relationship, this can really help you later on. Do so. And till then, good luck. And I really want to encourage you to just be vulnerable and open about your feelings and about your confusion. And talk to a friend about it, but don't be scared to ask about this. This is something very normal. This happens to every one of us, and talking about this is very, very normal. But now, have fun doing something. All right, guys. We have been talking for nearly 8 hours. I think actually I will use this point when now we have sort of like a finishing point. Like, we finished one topic and we didn't start another one yet. And I think I want to use this opportunity to stop with the stream here and go offline, do some sport myself, drink something, eat something, because I do realize that sitting at the PC for 7 hours and 43 minutes is taking a toll on my body. And I definitely I also feel my throat a little bit from talking so much. So I don't want to over push it. But I really, really enjoyed this stream with you guys. I genuinely really, really enjoyed it. And this is just, I don't know. It's been really great talking to you. It's been really many interesting topics. I thought it's honestly, it was a very stimulating talk, and I really loved how I was able to show you one of the psychological concepts I got taught in therapy, and we had a nice talk, an interesting talk about that as well with mentalizing. Because I'm always a little bit scared about just chatting streams because I come from only gaming streams, right? So to me, this whole concept of those people actually listening to us just talking, or to really nerdy stuff like mentalizing is a little bit unbelievable still. And I just really enjoyed that I could share that with you guys and that we could talk about this. And I didn't feel like it's not interesting to anybody, but it actually was interesting. And yeah, especially for the beginning of the stream being more talking to myself. I definitely had the thought arise to maybe just stop the stream again and start later because oh, there's nobody coming at this time. Or just instantly head over to gaming and just be yeah, well, we're just gonna, I guess, talk somewhere else or whatever. But I really, really enjoyed it. And I'm really glad you guys came here and talked to me and took part in this really wonderful stream, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. And if you ever think I say something really smart, make a clip of it. That would be highly, highly appreciated. And apart from that, I hope you already have the Discord, since it has been shown for 25 times in the last 25 minutes, I think. I need to look into that. And then there's I have some podcast episodes. I wanted to make a new one, but I sort of didn't yet. There's actually some there's one on English, I think. And there's some on German. And I'm looking forward to making new ones. But now that I've just come back, I've sort of been catching up with stream and with just working household chores. And then we had our washing machine break down and get a new one and stuff like this. So we've been sort of busy, but I do look into making new ones. I don't know yet about which topics. So if you have specific topics you would like my opinion on, well, you can always ask me in stream, but you can also text me on Discord, and then I can maybe use them for a podcast episode. Yeah. And I think that are all important informations. Right? Let me think. Yeah. I don't know. That's it for now. Yeah. So. Thank you, Gokman. I really enjoyed the talk about American gun laws. I'm always really interested about different cultures and different countries. Especially, of course, if I haven't been there, but also if I have been there, because usually when I have been there, I've been there as a tourist, right? That's always different. But I don't know. I feel like once you're interested in psychology, like different cultures are even more interesting, right? Because you're like, how do people do that? How do people view that? Like every person is a study object. I don't want to come across creepy. But that's just why it's like so interesting to hear about different countries and how things look there. Also just how the media is representing things there. I think just getting like a better grasp on like reality, it's like always helpful to like talk to other people about their views and how they interpret things. So to me, like any of that talk is like honestly like really interesting. Like I don't know if that's no, I don't think that's like a normal level of interest, but anyway. I really do think they're interesting. So I don't mind if we talk about such things and other laws in the future. Because I definitely have like a lot of things actually I would find interesting to know about America and how you as an American yourself would interpret that. So let's see you in the next stream where we talk about the other things. So yeah. And with that, I will go offline. It was a pleasure. I wish you a beautiful, to me, it's evening. I don't know what time is it at your place, but wish you a beautiful rest of the day. And then see you in the next stream. Bye bye. Yeah, goodbye.